of Phillies baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, part of the NBC Sports Group.
The month of April started off with a shutout road win in Pittsburgh, and all signs were bright. But the rest of the month wasn't so shiny. May also started out in a wild way, this time on the road in Atlanta, resulting in a win and leading to a merrier month for the Phillies. The third month will begin at home. The month of June has arrived, and so have the Marlins. The checklist for the last week of May was to win each of the series the Phillies played on the road. They did just that in St. Louis and New York. Now the checklist to begin June is to turn things around here at home, and it all begins tonight as the Phillies take on the Florida Marlins. And the reason they need to win here at home is because look where they sit in the standings. Part of the reason they're 3 games back in the East is because they haven't played that well here at Citizens Bank Park. And now with everybody ahead of them, they have a chance to make up some ground against the Miami Marlins. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Chris Wheeler. The Phils and the Marlins, the two best teams in the National League East in the month of May. The Marlins won 21 games, the Phillies 16. And tonight, Kyle Kendrick will take the baseball fresh off a complete game shutout against the Cardinals.
He did a great job in that game, and he's going to have to pitch well here tonight, Tom, because this offense of the Florida Marlins has really gotten good, especially the top of their order. Kyle, in this game last Saturday against the Cardinals, was just tremendous. Only threw 90-some pitches in the game, had great command of his fastball. He used his cutter very well, used some change-ups that he mixed in, and just dominated the St. Louis Cardinals, a very good hitting team who the night before it hit home runs all over the place. He kept the ball on the ground. He threw strike one to almost every hitter that he faced and pitched that complete game on a very, very hot night in St. Louis. This is what he has done. He is the super sub. You know, every year you go into it and wonder, what is Kyle Kendrick's role with the Phillies? Well, right now it's pretty obvious what his role is. He is in the rotation, and with all the things that are going on with the starting rotation, he's going to be in it for a while.
And speaking of the starting rotation, it should be this Monday when Vance Worley returns from the disabled list and gets a chance to start for the Phillies. So that means it's Worley, Kendrick, Blanton, Lee, and Hamels as the starting 5 for the Phils. Tonight, he'll be opposed by Mark Burley, who won 4 games in the month of May. He was 4-0 to improve to 5-4 overall. One guy who's back in the lineup for the Phillies tonight, and he's back behind the plate. Even with that tight hamstring, he had a big role in the last game victory against the New York Mets. It's Carlos Ruiz. When we get back, the lineups and the first pitch. To the loan that's right for you. By Xfinity, the official HD triple play provider of your Phillies. And by Independence Blue Cross. No matter where you are in life or business, we have plans that fit. Go to plansthatfit.com. home after a 5-2 road trip as they get set to get back within the division again to take on the Florida Marlins. The second time the Marlins have been here to Philadelphia. Let's take a look at the Marlins lineup, brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it off at shortstop, Jose Reyes. Omar Infante bats second. Hanley Ramirez third. Then Giancarlo Stanton cleanup. Then it gets a little messy for the Marlins. It's Morrison, Peterson, Buck, Coghlan, and then Mark Burley, the number 9 hitter. He'll be on the mound tonight for the Fish. And they'll face Phillies right-hander Kyle Kendrick. The 27-year-old spun a complete game shutout his last time out. He's now 1-4 with a 4.10 earned run average.
Well, it's hard to believe he could come off a better outing than Kyle Kendrick had last time. Probably the best game he's ever pitched in the major leagues from start to finish. To pitch a shutout in that ballpark against that lineup, especially. They sat a couple of their guys last Saturday, but for the most part, they had the varsity out there, and he did a tremendous job on him. Here's our scouting report. He has pitched a lot against, well, they were the Florida Marlins and now the Miami Marlins. You see the record right there, and he started quite a few games against his team in this ballpark.
So 7-2 with a 4.39 earned run average overall against the Marlins.
Well, it's time now for the Nissan Keys to tonight's game. It's a little bit overcast that we're getting ready to start, and hopefully keep the rain away. One of the ways to beat Mark Burley is you got to slow him up a little bit. This guy gets the ball and he wants to throw. You got to step out on him, slow him up a little. See if they can remember how to play here at home. This has been a great advantage for the Phillies over the last few years, and not so much so far this year.
Yeah, 11-13 here at home. It's one of the reasons why the Phillies remain 3 games back in the division. Let's say if they had won 3 more games here at home, they'd have 30 wins, which would put them atop the National League East. So here we go. Jose Reyes will lead it off. Reyes, a .265 hitter. He's hit in 11 consecutive games. And the first pitch, make it 12 consecutive. Pence is going to try to knock this one down. And he does. Reyes is going to try for 2. The throw, and that is a silly move. 9-6 on the putout. And there's being aggressive, but then there's just well, not really seeing it properly.
There's a brain cramp.
Yeah.
And that was a brain cramp. Good job there by Hunter. He knocks it down, but that thing was never very far away from him. I don't know what Reyes was thinking there, but you know, he's a great player, but he will do some crazy things on the bases, and it's hard to outrun the baseball.
Well, with 1 away, here's Omar Infante. It's a single, 9-6 in the putout. Infante takes low and away, 1 ball and no strikes. One of the big keys for Kyle in his last outing against the Cardinals is that he threw a lot of first pitch strikes. He worked ahead. He was aggressive with his changeup more than his sinker.
You probably saw that in the video, too. They're going to come out here swinging early at him. Reyes extended his hitting streak right out of the chute on the first pitch he saw.
So Omar Infante gets a single. Jose Reyes just shaking his head in the dugout. Infante will be followed by Hanley Ramirez. The top 4 hitters in this lineup for the Marlins have scored 113 runs and have 88 extra base hits. And Giancarlo Stanton is the 4th of this top 4. But the bottom 4, or the next 4, 38 runs, and just 20 extra base hits.
It's unbelievable how well they've been doing with just the top of their order producing for them. But they've also pitched well, and they've covered their bullpen problems pretty well too. Bell has been, for the most part, a problem for them this year. He hasn't been able to get straightened out. The last couple of times they say he's been better, but they've had to bring all kinds of guys in to try and close games because Bell hasn't been able to do it for them.
Well, Hanley Ramirez behind 0-1. Ramirez overall .275 with 8 home runs. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
Yeah, he swung the bat really well. I wondered, could he move over to third, do the job over there, and let Reyes play shortstop and become the offensive player he was at one time. And he's doing real well right now. But Ramirez, there's Ozzie Guillen, their manager. Ramirez has been known to go into month-long funks when he goes into them.
April was kind of like that for him. 0-2 the count. The pitch on the outside corner. A 2-seamer with a great frame job by Ruiz. 2 outs here in the first. First strikeout for Kyle.
As you said, the 2-seamer looks like he runs it back. He does. And did it across the front of home plate. Well, according to Kerwin Danley, it did.
During the 2012 season, Turkey Hill will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream, sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. Well, 2 outs, runner at first, and here's Giancarlo Stanton, who had a remarkable month of May. He had 12 home runs during the month. Not only that, he had 30 runs batted in and hit .343. He's the first major league player since Joe DiMaggio to amass 30 home runs, or excuse me, 12 home runs and 30 RBIs, and an average of .340 or better since 1937.
Yeah, DiMaggio's numbers were better in that month, but anytime you get your name mentioned with Joe DiMaggio, that's pretty good.
2-0 the count to him. Line drive, foul.
Watch him take 4 rounds of BP today. In the first 3 rounds, all he tried to do, that was a heck of a play out there. All he tried to do was hit everything to right field, and he kept firing them into the seats in right field. Then he turned on a little bit in the final round, and the wind's really taking the ball in left field, and he hit him pretty hard. If you're going to try and catch a ball that this guy hits, look at this.
There's a line drive to the alley in left center field. John Mayberry gets to it quickly. Infante's being waved home. He's heading to the plate. So is the throw by Rollins, not in time. And the Marlins take a 1-0 lead.
I was going to say, he hits everything so hard. And that was a screamer he just hit in the left center field. Boy, oh boy, you could just tell that this kid had a chance to be good. And right now he has got it figured out.
Well, 40 runs batted in now for Stanton.
Breaking ball, not a terrible pitch either. You know, it was a slider down and away. Great plate coverage to hit a ball that hard where that pitch was.
So a runner at second with 2 outs, 1 run in. Logan Morrison is the batter. Morrison fouls the first pitch toward the camera well on the third base side.
It's another good looking young hitter for them. Gabby Sanchez not here now, which is just surprising the way he's gone downhill. He was in the All-Star team last year. After the All-Star break, he didn't hit early this year, and they sent him to AAA.
Gabby Sanchez was hitting .197 when they sent him down. He's hitting .300 at AAA. A 1 to Morrison is low, 1-1. Morrison 2 for his last 29, as you see, with runners in scoring position. One thing that he's done more often this year than last year is he struck out. His pace of strikeouts is more this year. He'll appeal. Yes, he did, says the third base umpire, Dana DeMuth.
Kyle Kenner has to use his changeup and cutter effectively. Use left-handed hitters. And that was his changeup. See it dive down and away.
And a call, strike 3. Came back with a 2-seamer again. Second strikeout for Kendrick. 1 run, 3 hits, 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the first here in Philly. first. It's 1-0 Miami. Let's take a look at the Phillies lineup, brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading off at shortstop, Jimmy Rollins. Placido Polanco bats second. Hunter Pence third, then Carlos Ruiz. Ty Wigginton is in the 5-hole. Hector Luna 5 for 5 against Mark Buehrle, bats sixth. And the bottom third of Mayberry, Galvis, and Kendrick. And they will face 33-year-old lefty Mark Buehrle, 5-4 on the year in his first season in the National League, and he's got himself comfortable in the National League.
He had a great month of May. He struggled a little bit in the month of April, but there are the numbers on him. This guy always pitches 200 innings. He wins in double figures. See his velocity? That's not in. Good sinker, pitches away a lot. He'll throw cutter, curve, changeup. He's a ground ball pitcher, and does he ever work fast?
Jimmy Rollins will be the batter. Rollins has hit in 4 straight. He was 8 for 29 on the road trip. His average at .239 with 2 home runs and 11 runs batted in.
You watch him. He gets the ball, and the hitter, for the most part, he's waiting on the hitter. So he's ready to go right now. You got to slow him up.
Juan Pierre, who played with Buehrle in Chicago, said he's a lot like Greg Maddux. Said he'll go out there and say, guys, this is going to take 2 hours. Doesn't matter if I'm going to win or lose. It's going to take 2 hours. There's a swing and bunt up the first base line. Pierre also said that he's one of the best fielding pitchers he's ever played behind.
He does that all the time. He's a highlight film. What's he won? 3 Gold Gloves. I mean, he's the guy that threw the backhand play from foul territory one time. And he's totally under control here. He sees what happens, so he goes into this slide on purpose so that he can field the ball and throw. First baseman gives him a good lane to throw right there. Outstanding play by Buehrle, who has pitched a no-hitter and a perfect game in his career.
Oh, one away. Rollins is the first out. It brings Polanco to the plate. Polanco has the most ABs against Buehrle. He's 15 for 38 against him. His average at .275, and he certainly has swung the bat better lately. Although he still is not piling up the RBIs. He takes a breaking ball for strike one. It's 1-1.
It's easy to say this is a whole right-handed hitting lineup, that the way you beat Buehrle is to go the other way. Because if you don't, you're going to play Pepper with Ramirez and Hanley and
Reyes
all night.
Ball's hooked towards left. Coghlan won't get there. And it's a 1-out single.
He threw an off-speed pitch to him there, and he pulled it.
So with 1 out, Phillies have a base runner. Here comes Hunter Pence, fresh off a very successful community event last night here in Philadelphia, his ping pong tournament to help raise money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation and also Phillies charities. Everybody that was there said it was a great event. I think everybody's looking forward to year number 2 in 2013. Swings at the first pitch. Not deep. Left center field. Reyes is not going to be able to hang on to it. That'll be a base hit. Polanco, who went 3/4 of the way, had to wait to see what happened. So the Phillies have first and second for Carlos Ruiz.
The wind's really taking the ball towards left and left center, and that thing floated on Reyes right here because the wind got it. And I think he also took a little peek at Peterson too, thinking Peterson's coming. See right there, he takes a little look at him, and then the ball clanked off his glove. That was a real tough play.
See the wind and the way the flags are moving. Sometimes that doesn't tell the whole story, but I think tonight it does. Here's Carlos Ruiz. Carlos, as strange as it sounds, even with a 7-game hitting streak and a .371 average, or excuse me, 5-game hitting streak, does not have enough plate appearances to qualify right now for the top 10 in hitting. He scalds that one to right center. It's going to drop for a base hit. And station-to-station baseball for the Phillies, because again, that was tough to read as to whether it was going to be caught or not, and Polanco did the right thing. Well, Carlos is following up his huge hit on Wednesday against the Mets. This is our Coors Light Cold Hard Glass.
Did a great job with that breaking ball right there. Curve ball, hit it out of the ballpark, and Boy, what a lift that gave the Phillies. The bench got alive after that. Everybody looked like they were excited. What a win that was.
Cold Hard Blast brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Never get tired of watching Parnell's reaction on that. Talk about a pitcher who knew what had just happened.
Here's Ty Wigginton, who takes outside.
This is where you have to be patient as a hitter and don't let this guy throw his pitch to you. You roll over into 2 and the inning's over, because that's how he lives. He's not a strikeout guy. You put the ball in play against him.
On the inside corner, 1-1. Wigginton had 10 runs batted in on the road trip. He had a whale of a series against the Mets, and it included one game where he had 6 RBIs. Trying to carry that over. The bases are loaded, 1-1 the count.
Yeah, they've had 3 funky hits in this inning. Get another one.
Popped him up. Infield fly rule will be called. Morrison will make the catch, so 2 outs.
Let him get in on it. He's not going to throw real hard, but he let him get in and jammed him. Wigginton protecting away, cuts the ball in. See his arms come back to his body. He didn't hit it on the ground, at least, so you still have another shot.
And here's Hector Luna, who's 5 for 5 against Burley. Overall batting .350. Playing left field tonight because Shane Victorino is a little banged up. Shane had a cortisone shot today. Cortisone shot in his right hand, a hand that's been bothering him since spring training. So Charlie started Luna and said, when asked how he'll do defensively, he said he'll get to everything he should. 1-1 the count. Shane did say today that he should be able to play tomorrow. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Steve Fader of Barrington, New Jersey. Phillies hit a home run in tonight's ball game, and Steven will win $100. Here's the 1-1. 2-1 the count.
Get the feeling that if they really needed Victorino tonight, they could use it.
Right-handed, he said he has no problems. Left-handed, he said it's been bothering him since spring training, and they just decided to try to get the soreness and inflammation out. So he had the cortisone shot today.
Playing him the pull in the outfield.
Pull toward the hole, base hit, and the Phillies will tie it up. Pence is being waved home. Here's the throw to the plate by Coughlin. It's away from the plate, and Pence slides in safely. 2-1 Phillies. And Hector Luna, well, Charlie Manuel's gut reaction to play him has paid off here in the first.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Tom, Charlie had the charts in front of him tonight. He said, look at this. Look at where this guy is off Burley. He said, I'm playing him out there tonight and see what happens. And he found a hole. You know, Burley will tell you he threw his pitch. He threw the ground ball that he wanted, and it found a hole, and good base running there by Pence. Good coaching by Juan Samuel. Really had him coming all the way.
So it's 2-1 Phillies here in the bottom of the first. John Mayberry's the hitter. Sammy pretty aggressive on that play. Mayberry jams himself into right field. Infante is out there, and the wind took it at the last moment, but he's able to track it down. So the Phils lead 2, but they get 2. 2 runs and 4 hits. Hector Luna's hit, one of the big ones. It drove in the 2 runs and has given the Phils a 2-1 lead as we go to the second here at Philly. season. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Phillies out-of-market game live online or on your favorite devices. Visit Phillies.com to order and get more details. Well, the rain is falling ever so lightly here at the ballpark. Hector Luna has erased a one-run deficit and has given the Phillies a 2-1 lead. And now as we start the second, Brian Peterson, John Buck, Chris Coghlan for the Marlins. Peterson is playing center field for Emilio Bonifacio, who is probably 3 weeks out from returning to the field in some capacity after thumb surgery.
So on that graphic there, he's had pretty good luck against the Phillies with an 8-game hitting streak.
And they just get him on that grounder to short.
Well, he can run a little bit too. He's a pretty good athlete.
So one away here in the second. And that'll bring John Buck to the plate. John Buck's hitting 164. You see what he's done his last 11 games, but Ozzie Guillen says he's my catcher, and he will remain my catcher. I think he's asked that as often as Charlie has asked about his lineup. First pitch to him. Grounded foul.
Well, the #1 job of a catcher is to handle the staff, and evidently Ozzie must feel he's doing that well. You know, you don't want to see a guy struggle the way this guy is offensively. But if you take one or the other, you want him to be the catcher that can handle the staff, throw runners out, do what you have to do behind the plate.
No balls, 1 strike to count to Buck.
Guy hit a grand slam home run here last year.
Well, he certainly has pop. That's the reason the Marlins signed him to a free agent contract last year. He was with the Toronto Blue Jays. He was 2 for 11 in the last series between these two with an RBI.
Well, he got off to a tough start and hadn't gotten out of it. There's career numbers. Tom said he has some pop, 110 homers.
Kendricks ahead 0-2. Ground ball back toward the middle. Galvis so quick to get to the spot. Nice play by Wingington to finish off the play. And there are 2 outs here in the second. Hey, a lot of stuff going on about the Phillies injury situation. The most important is who will start Monday for the Phils. Murph, what do you got, buddy?
Yeah, that is the big question. Of course, we're waiting to see whether or not Vance Worley will be ready to go. Now that Roy Halladay is down, they need Vance to get back into that rotation so they don't have to go ahead and make any moves. So earlier today, he was throwing another bullpen session, his second this week. And pitching coach Rich Doobie said he looked very good. So now they're just going to wait, Tom, to see how he feels tomorrow. And as long as he feels okay tomorrow, he should be back in the rotation on Monday, which should settle everything down in that 5-man rotation. So that is good news.
Yeah, the Phillies will take on the Dodgers on Monday. Now, the list of injury updates does not stop with Worley. Nothing new on Roy Halladay as of yet with his second opinion. Dr. David Alchek, the Mets team doctor, took a look at him. And Jim Thome and Michael Martinez, correct me if I'm wrong, Murph, but they are beginning rehab assignments in Clearwater.
That's right. And I guess the one thing to keep our eyes on now is that they really believe that Jim Thome may be ready to come back and join the club when they head out on the American League trip for the interleague play. And he could serve as a designated hitter in that if he's ready to go. So that's the timetable for Jim Thome to get back to the big club.
All right. So good news for the Phils. It's 2-1 to Chris Coghlan, the former National League Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, they're allowed a certain amount of time once the rehab clock officially begins. Starts. They say it starts the clock. So I guess that's what they've done on Martinez and Thome.
Right. Now, Ryan Howard is playing simulated games down in Clearwater.
Right. That's different.
And that's, just games between the Phils and the players that are down there. Or just you really taking batting practice and kind of working on situations.
Once you hear the clock starting on a rehab, that's a good sign.
3-2 the count to Coghlan. It's interesting. I listened to Ryan's podcast today. He's doing these different podcasts about his injury and update. And he said that the biggest thing he needs to do is to keep getting his calf stronger where he can start sprinting. And that's the next big step. So, boy, we hope that's really soon. He's working hard down there, though. We know that. Grounder right side. Galvis diving attempt, and he can't get it. So that'll be a base hit for Coghlan.
Yeah, he feels he should have. He thinks everything that touches his glove, he should catch it. And, after watching him. We do too. Obviously, that is a hit, as you said, Tom. But, you know, Freddie Galvis, he's in the area of this, and it hits the glove and kicks off it. How many times have we seen him make that play?
I think it's the second time I remember seeing him slam his hand down when he doesn't make the play because he's frustrated.
Yeah, he doesn't expect the ball not to go in the glove.
Mark Buehrle will give Galvis a little easier chance. And Kendrick provides the proverbial shutdown inning here in the top of the second. No runs, one hit, one man left. Phil's lead at 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the second. Philadelphia International Cycling Championship. Tour the course, including the world-famous Manayunk Wall. Plus, hear from John Eustace about this year's course and the competing cyclists. Don't miss Geared Up. That's tonight at 10:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. It's always a great event. I covered a satellite portion of that event back in 1989 in Freehold, New Jersey. And it used to be that there was an event in Freehold and the one in Philadelphia. They were very close to each other. One kind of led to the other. As we go to the bottom of the second, Freddie Galvis takes outside. It's 1-0.
Well, if you ever tried to walk up the Manayunk Wall, let alone ride up it, pedaling like that, you know how tough it is. That's some incline. I used to live in that area. And
did you run it all the time?
No.
Did you bike it?
No.
What'd you do?
I drove up it. It's technically Manayunk. It's heading up into Roxborough.
Yeah.
And it's steep. Really steep.
2 balls, 1 strike to Freddie Galvis to start the second. And it's 3-1.
See, Buehrle, he just gets it and throws it. See all how that fast all that all happened in the first inning. All those base runners, all that stuff going on.
Fly ball to center field, not deep, playable for Peterson, 1 away.
If Freddie can, at some point, and hopefully he will, he'll stop doing that. He can get so much better. That's ball 4, and he swings at those high fastballs, and they're not going to go anywhere if you hit them.
Well, this Monday, the Los Angeles Dodgers, without Matt Kemp, are coming to town. It's a 4-game series. Tuesday is the Faith and Family celebration. Purchase your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. They don't have Matt Kemp, but they're still a formidable team. In fact, their 32 wins are the most in baseball.
They just got swept a 4-game series by Milwaukee. Watched that game last night, and the Brewers just got on a roll against them early in the series, and everything they did was right. And everything the Dodgers did didn't seem to work out. And probably the first lull they've had all year.
Without Ryan Braun, who's out with tightness in his Achilles again.
Right. He did win a game for him with a homer in that 4-game series.
Toyota Major League Scoreboard. They're rained out down at Nationals Park. The Braves and the Washington Nationals. They have 2 big series going on here in Philadelphia and down in Washington this weekend. As Buehrle picks up his first strikeout. And not one of many. He doesn't strike out a lot of guys.
No, he's contact. He doesn't even care about strikeouts. He basically wants you to put it in play early and have his fielders take care of things.
Rollins grounded out softly up the first base line on a nice play by Burley. Takes strike one. It's 0-1. Surprised that Hanley Ramirez is playing in on the grass to start this at bat for Rollins. We've seen him bunt once or twice this year, but that's really it.
He must put on all the scouting reports.
There's a hot shot through the hole on the left side. For the Phillies, their 5th hit against Burley. And a 2-out single will bring Placido Polanco to the plate. Well, that's good to see Jimmy continue to swing the bat well. He's hit in 5 straight now. And he's 9 for his last 30. So maybe he's starting to stir a little bit.
Starting to hit some balls hard. You hit enough balls hard, you're going to get hits.
Polanco singled and scored his first time up.
He can really throw a slow hook every once in a while. He flipped one up there. I don't know if I didn't see the radar, but they got to be in the high 60s, around low 70s when he throws them.
Liner toward the alley in left center field. That'll drop for a hit. Rollins will stop at second. So Polanco has 2 hits.
The Phillies are singling to death right now. 6 singles.
They lead it 2-1, and they have a runner in scoring position now for Hunter Pence.
Who will get something slow here probably, or a cutter on his hands, because he swung at the first pitch his first time up, and they know he's a notorious first ball hitter. And what Burley wants to do right now is throw him something that he'll hit weakly, put it in play, and get out of the inning. And we want to see Hunter Pence drive one somewhere.
One for his last 28 with runners in scoring position. Burley out to the mound, or excuse me, Buck out to the mound to talk to Burley. To the count. That conversation on the mound might have been about keeping an eye on Jimmy Rollins. I don't know if Buck was crossed up on that first pitch. It's hard to tell because Pence fouled it off.
Yeah, and they really shouldn't even care about him with 2 outs. You know, if they're going to think about it. What they want to say about Pence is don't throw him a strike.
Well, they haven't with the first 2 pitches. Chopper to shortstop. Reyes will take it to Infante at second. So the Phillies threaten but do not score here in the second. We move on to the third here in Philadelphia. The Phillies have jumped out to a 2-1 lead. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fan section for all the information. And please submit your answer on the subject line. Wills, the question is, name the teams that Marlins pitcher Mark Burley has thrown a no-hitter in perfect game against as a member of the White Sox. A little history lesson right there.
I wrote it down on my scoreboard.
All right, well, that's okay. Sometimes things fall your way.
Yeah, but I don't, I don't think that I know that.
Well, just don't text all the fans.
No, I won't.
The answer will be revealed in the 7th inning as Reyes takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Feel the goalie. Then I get over it.
Wills. The key to success is preparation.
True.
You are prepared.
Well, sometimes. Sometimes you don't know who's alive and dead.
But you get to it eventually.
Well, you eventually get to it and get it right. Yeah.
Oh, to the count to Reyes.
Give your colleagues a lot of material to work with.
Sarge has taken Jerry Koosman and run with it today.
Yeah, I expect to hear from the Cooser at some point, which is nice, knowing that that could happen.
That may be the next step for Sarge.
Yeah.
Liner down the right field line, and it is a fair ball off the base of the wall. So the double Reyes wanted in the first, he gets here in the third.
He had him buried 0-2. Made a mistake, maybe a changeup that didn't get down and away. Reyes, doesn't matter what uniform he's going to. That was a breaking ball, and he just went down and got it. Got too much of the plate, probably. I think we're going to try and backdoor him there instead of hitting on that back foot, and it was right down the middle.
So 10th double of the year. Omar Infante's the batter. He singled and scored the run for the Marlins his last time up. And he bunts toward third. Kendrick is off the mound quickly, has to hurry, and he throws it right on by Wigginton. I think that may have been a catchable ball, but it's tough to tell from our angle. He had to hurry because Infante was hustling up the line. So it's first and third with nobody out.
Score. They got to give a sack on it, obviously, to get him over to third, because it was a very good bunt. And then it depends whether they call fielder's choice, error, or base hit. There it is right there. He makes a good play. I think they're going to wait for the replay. Oh, he should have caught that.
Sure, that's an E3.
E3.
So that'll be the 5th error for Wigginton.
That's a sack E3.
Well, Mike McConey, the official scorer, is going to call that a base hit. Now, I wasn't looking at the base runner to see where Infante was.
Yeah, maybe he was safe. But it was certainly catchable.
Here's Ramirez. Phillies will play a double play depth. Now, I will say that's good scoring, because if you think about Infante bunting, let's take a look at it again. He was trying to move the runner over to third, and yeah, he would have been out.
It probably should be an error.
So it's a base hit, and it's first and third. 6 hits apiece now.
Right, on that play, the easy part about it is the sacrifice, because of what he did to score, giving himself up, bunt, that's all a sack. And then it was how you decide on the other end how the runner reached first base.
All right, so get your whiteout out. It's now sacrifice E1. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah, we'll see if they change that again. So Reyes is over at third. Infante's at first.
This is where the Marlins really get you as far as scoring, in the top of this order.
Two and 1 the count.
Hendrick would love to get a ground ball here and give up a run for 2 outs with Stanton coming up.
Ramirez has 33 runs batted in as Mike Stanton waits on deck.
Poncho time behind the plate.
Yep. Skies are getting a little darker over the left field wall. Oh boy, good pitch. Popped him up. Polanco, the third baseman, is there. 1 away.
Real good
job
pitch
by Kyle.
Yeah. Ran it in on him a little bit. Kind of pull his arms back, kind of like the same swing that Wigginton and Mayberry got in their at bats.
One out. Here's Stanton, who doubled home the run for the Marlins. His first time up. They come inside. It's 1-0. Charlie Manuel was asked before the game, how do you get him out? And he just laughed. He's had that kind of a run. And a lot of good hitters do. This kid is just 22 years old.
It's only grounded into one double play. Infante's stolen 7 out of 8 bags. But if he were to go, they'd walk Stanton maybe.
7 bases in May. He had none in April.
So that's what I mean. If he goes, and you could take the bat out of his hand, so they may have him stay there.
I wonder if Ruiz would even throw. I think he might throw. It depends on the jump.
Yeah, it would depend, and they could do the fake and hope that you do have Reyes at third. Anything could happen.
I figure he's going to get the green light. 3-0. Let's see where Kyle delivers the pitch. Outside, ball 4. So the bases are loaded. And it'll bring Logan Morrison to the plate.
He's grounded into 5. Their leader is Hanley Ramirez with 8. But Morrison, hasn't been here all week. This big ground ball now. He doesn't. The one thing he doesn't do is run real well. He can really hit though, or he has a chance to be a really good hitter. And he evidently is an outstanding tweeter.
He's slowed up lately though.
He should have after last year.
Want to know the count?
He got spanked for it last year and sent to the minor leagues.
Good numbers with the bases loaded and limited at bats. 4 for 13.
Hits it all over the place too.
Reyes is at third.
It's tough to defense.
Infante's at second. And Stanton's at first.
That's a really good pitch, and that's a pitch you're trying to throw to get a double play too. It changes the whole at bat when you don't get the call.
Check swing. 2-2 the count.
Big break on that. That was ball 3 way high and inside. So when he didn't get the other one, Morrison got an advantage. Now now they're even.
Kyle in his last outing allowed 7 hits, struck out 4 to pitch the shutout. Here he's given up a run, trying to work out of a jam in the top of the 3rd. It's a bases loaded jam. The 2-2 pitch coming to Morrison. Ground ball toward first. Could be 2. Wigginton has 1. Kendrick getting there. They have 2. How about that? 3-6-1. The double play in order. And Kyle gets the pitcher's best friend to wrap up the top of the 3rd. He got Morrison hit it right on the nose, and Wigginton delivered a beauty to Rollins. And it was just a matter of Kendrick to get over to first base to finish off the double play. Acura Advance by McDonald's. Now at McDonald's, any size soft drink or sweet tea is just $1. And by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. Now the winds have been whipping all day here in Philadelphia. Phillies lead it 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the third. Carlos Ruiz will start it off.
That was a terrific double play they just made. That's one of the hardest plays in baseball.
Well, you're relying on a guy moving from the middle of the diamond to first to finish off that double play.
On the run, trying to get there under control. And then you've got your shortstop. He's going to get the throw, and he has to watch and see the timing on the thing because he doesn't want to throw it over there. If he throws it away, then there's more damage.
Ruiz lines it to left field. It's going to be another hit, and it's going to go to the wall. Man, when you're hot, you're hot. Carlos Ruiz will pull in the second with a leadoff double.
And he smoked that thing. It really looked like they were going to cut it off. Colin doesn't run all that well in left field. You know, he's not a real fast runner, but he did look like he had the angle on that it wasn't going to get by him, and it did.
15th two-hit game of the year for the Phils catcher.
Looked like a changeup, and he hits it really hard to left center. You see Coughlin could not cut the angle.
And he is safe at second, safe and secure with New York Life, and he's hitting .379.
Get to those plate appearances.
Slow chopper to third. Ramirez looks Ruiz back.
Tough at bat there. You know, it's Burley does what he does so well in a situation like that, and he's going to do something to try and speed your bat up. And what he did is he threw a changeup, and Wigginton's a little anxious there. So what's he do? He rolls it over. He can't get him to third.
Well, here's Hector Luna, who has 2 runs batted in already tonight. By the way, still a long ways to go, but Carlos needs one more at bat or plate appearance to qualify for the top 10. And if his average stopped right now, he'd go into tomorrow leading the league in hitting.
Won the batting title.
That's right.
Nice year, Carlos.
1-0 to count. Luna takes on the outside corner. It's 1-1.
Win a batting title. That's really good. It's only June, but.
Well, think about if you're Carlos Ruiz, if it's June and you're sitting atop the leaderboard in hitting.
That guy is having some year. Thing is, we've seen a lot of guys do what he did in spring training like that. They leave all those hits down, and then they come up and they can't buy a hit when the season starts. He just kept it going. What do you have, 20 hits in spring training?
That's what it was. Not only that, he hit everything hard.
Yeah. He didn't play all that much. You're only going to catch so many innings.
Luna lines it to left. Coughlin will make the catch. First time that Burley's been able to retire Luna. 2 outs, and John Mayberry's the hitter.
And they probably would have gambled. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. If he'd have gotten him over, would he have gambled? I don't know. With Ruiz having a bum leg, may not have.
And Coughlin's throw earlier in the game, when Luna had the 2-run single, he actually did a pretty nice job. It was just up the first base line just a little bit. Mayberry popped to second. It was really to shallow right field, but the second baseman made the catch his first time up. By the way, in that game in Clearwater that Jim Thome and Michael Martinez are playing in, Jim is 0 for 1 with a walk. Michael is 1 for 3 with a run scored. Tampa shutting out Baltimore 5-0. That's a battle for the top spot in the American League East. Luke Scott, the former Oriole, has 2 runs batted in and a run scored. They're both tied at 29 and 22. 1-1 the count to Mayberry. Ooh, 1-2. Tough pitch. That was a cutter.
Threw him another one. He beat it off his foot. John has the guard down there, and it missed the guard and hit the foot. Now you wonder, he's come inside twice on him. Normally you think he'd go away, but maybe he wants to come back in there again, figuring he's not going to swing if I come inside. Maybe I can get a strike 3 call out of it. Oh, they're going away.
To center field, playable for Peterson. And that'll do it for the Phillies here in the third. They get a leadoff double but do not score. Burley works out of that jam. We've played 3. Kyle Kendrick back to work when we return. Wanted prices you'll love, like HP ink and toner cartridges. The best value from the #1 brand. Nobody beats WB on HP. 3 in the books. Time for the 4th. And ladies and gentlemen, he's making his return to television after a 4-day hiatus. Please help us welcome Gary Matthews back to the TV booth. Sarge, welcome back.
Good to be here.
How was your time over on radio?
It was awesome. I was actually slumming it there for a few days.
I wouldn't say that. Scott's not going to be happy about that.
Well, I mean, he's good, though. He's funny. And
well, he's funny, all right.
We all had a great time at LA's expense. More importantly, though, we were winning the series like that.
It was a good series. Well, you don't look any worse to wear, so we get set for the 4th inning.
Thank you. I like that.
It's nice to have you back. Brian Peterson will lead it off. It'll be Peterson, Buck, and Coghlan. And the first pitch is, got him on the arm, I guess. Kerwin Denley didn't really react until Peterson did.
Usually you can hear that. If it goes off your arm, bat. Sometimes the ball will take a different direction, but he had to hear that because it appeared almost like it didn't really even hit him there. And wow.
Still don't think it hit him.
Well, he gets Academy Award for that.
John Buck grounded out to short his first time up. And it's 0-1. Buck's average at 163. 4 home runs, 13 runs batted in. Phillies have 15 games, counting this one, left with the Marlins. In fact, 9 of the last 12 will be played at Marlins Park. Phillies have not been down to Miami yet.
Right. Those will be huge games. They already are, as a matter of fact. You're playing the teams that are in front of you in your division. You really need to win the series. Get that against New York. Been playing good ball, but still in the cellar.
Both teams played well in May. The Marlins with a franchise record 21 wins. The Phillies won 16. In fact, this year, you see the Phillies are 3 under 500 against the East. They have the 3 here against the Marlins before they play the Dodgers and then get into interleague play. But in reality, these were the 2 best teams record-wise in the National League East in May. Now, Ozzie Guillen said he wasn't really paying too much attention to anybody else in the division. He just knows that his team was playing better in May than they were in April.
Yeah, and he's really happy. He's kind of settled down there, and you know, he's been able to get some good ability out of guys you wouldn't normally think.
Fly ball to right field. Pence is there. So 1 away. I would think that, you know, one of the guys that he's gotten a lot out of is Greg Dobbs, the former Philly.
Greg Dobbs, along with Carlos Zambrano, pitcher from Chicago Cubs. I asked Carlos whether or not he was happy to be in Miami, and he didn't say a word. He just smiled from ear to ear. Said he's glad he wasn't in Chicago, although he got his start there. Obviously, Cubs not playing too well, and Marlins playing a lot better.
Coghlan reached on a ball off the glove of Galvis his first time up. It was a base hit. Peterson leads off first. There he goes. He got a late jump. The throw by Ruiz. Oh, it's a little high. A good throw, and he would have had him because the jump was not the best by Peterson. Well, that's his first stolen base.
Now, sometimes, too, you have too much time there as a catcher. That's normally, however, a throw that he's going to be able to get. Look at him on the outside, the transfer, and the ball just got away from him.
Almost got him, too, in the arm.
He's had such a quick release. So you want to concentrate on the lower half of that lineup. These are the guys that haven't been playing very well, or hitting the ball, I should say, very well.
And 3-0 the count.
Pretty good movement on that pitch, even though 3-0. Almost think they throw that right down the middle. Sometimes guys have that 3-0 where they're going to be able to swing the bat.
Oh, there's ball 4. So first and second with 1 out. The pitchers due up Burley. He's probably up there to sacrifice the runners to up a base. While he's up, let's check in with Greg Murphy with his Major League Notebook. Murph?
All right, thanks, T-Mac. Major League Notebook brought to you by Gwinnett Mercy College, of course. For the first time in this season, the Mariners' Ichiro Suzuki will be batting first in Seattle. He was in the 3rd spot all season long. They moved him up, though, because Joan Figgins has been struggling so much, so he'll lead off. And the Cardinals are continue to battle with injury, guys. Skip Schumacher being placed on the 15-day disabled list. He's dealing with a hamstring problem. They have brought up Alan Craig, or actually activated, I should say, Alan Craig from the 15-day disabled list to take his spot. So the Cardinals continue to have starters go down. Guys?
It's remarkable, Murph, the number of guys that have been banged up this year, including Matt Kemp, who was placed on the disabled list for the Dodgers, as Burley squares. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1. And I think the Ichiro thing, it's not going well in Seattle. There's 7 games under 500. They probably figured, all right, we got to get something going. As Murph said, Figgins has been banged up. He's also, just offensively, he's not been good at all.
Well, you're right. Not the player that he was with the Angels. Although Ichiro, though, at 204 that 1 year, remember, he ended up getting, what, 262 hits. As a leadoff hitter, getting on just with hits that many times. That's having just a great year.
Burley chops it towards second. Galvis goes to second for 1, and nobody was covering first. I think Freddie thought about going to third for the force there, but thought, you know what, we can still get 2. So 4-6 on the putout at second. And back to the top of the order for Reyes.
So I tell you, every time the ball's hit, pitcher has somewhere to go. I think on this particular play, however, you'll see right now that, again, if you can look there, right there, Kyle Kendrick, he's a spectator, and nobody there at first base. Good thing that J-Ro didn't throw. It would have been a moving target.
You agree with that, though, Sarge? He thought he'd get 2, so that's why he didn't go to third, because he had a chance to get the runner at third.
Yeah, I think he would have. He would have been able to have the double play. I thought would have been the correct play because it was easier, but no one there at first base.
I agree. Want to know the count to Reyes. Now 2-0.
I'm surprised, though, that Ozzie let him go on and instead of just bunting the ball, the swing and bunt.
And the rain's starting to fall a little harder here at the ballpark. At the top of the 4th, it's a 2-1 ball game. Sometimes I don't know when a guy is struggling with his command or if he's working around a hitter. He's got a right-hander up next in Infante. Reyes has 2 hits, but Infante's been on base twice. And there's ball 4. So it's the second walk of the inning. So he's hit a batter and walked 2.
Yeah, I think he's struggling with the control for me a little bit. You don't want to be giving hitters free passes. You know, we've seen Infante before. He usually hits that ball hard. And once you get down to Ramirez and Stanton, well, now you pick your poison.
So Infante has singled and then sacrificed, but reached on an error his last time up. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1.
Filthy change up. He gets right out in front of him after 4 pitches that he ended up walking Reyes on. And hitter looking fastball out in front of that. Good pitch.
Youngster seems like he's been able to get the poncho on.
Only someone struggling
to
get that on.
I think we have some issues here. Take your time. Take your time. That'll be a foul ball. A high one. And deep. 1-2 the count.
Wow.
Now he's got it on over his head. Now he's just looking for the arm slots. I'm not saying it's easy, folks. But give a guy a little help, huh?
Well, yeah, just a little bit of help. And that's when no one would help him.
Oh. That's where I might spend the money to get a heavier one. 1-2 strikes the count to Infante. Well, the base is loaded. Kendrick's ready. And the pitch. Outside. Ruiz tried to sell it a little bit.
Just outside. There's that two-seamer. Didn't get all the way back. Finally getting his arms through, however. And pretty happy about that.
There's one. Uh-oh, his phone's starting to buzz. His phone's buzzing. The 2-2 pitch. Back toward the middle. Caught out of the air by Kendrick. What a play. Right place, right time. And he leaves the bases loaded. Ball was hit sharply off the bat of Infante. I think Galvis would have gotten there to make the play, but why not Kyle Kendrick? In a perfect position to make the catch on a scorcher right on back to the mound. Citizens Bank. We're for homes. Talk to us today about how we can help guide you to the loan that's right for you. Buy Nissan's National 10 event. For a limited time, get bonus cash on Altima and Rogue. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your local dealer today. And by Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. Call 1-800-JEFF now for an appointment. A couple big plays in this ball game that Whitey would have been excited about. Maybe not the play by Kendrick because he didn't really like pitchers as much. Mike Buchholder, the head groundskeeper here at the Phils, talking to Dana Dubuque in between innings. Rain is falling a little harder as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Anyway, the double play to finish up the third, and then working out of the bases loaded jam there to finish up the fourth for Kendrick has really helped him in this outing.
Oh, that was huge.
So one out on the ground ball to Ramirez. All right, Sarge, I want you to look closely at Kyle Kendrick when he steps up to the plate. I noticed something 2 starts ago. Look where his hands are.
Lower?
Lower. Said it hasn't paid off yet, then.
Right. Well, he just doesn't have a lot of time to work on that stroke. Yeah, you forget where his hands are on the bat. He just needs to get some ground balls. That's what it's all about for him. Getting hits is just like icing on the cake. But all those pitchers take a lot of pride in their hitting.
Yeah, this is a big deal for them. 1-2 pitch. Outside 2-2.
Starting to come down just a little bit harder, trying to get these 5 innings in.
Well, it'll be a called strike 3. Kendrick's drawing up for the second time. So 2 away. Back to the top of the order. The first place Philadelphia Soul return home tomorrow night. Show any Phillies ticket stub at the Wells Fargo Center box office for a $10 lower level Philadelphia Soul seat. This exclusive offer is only available for Phillies fans for tomorrow night's ball game. Kickoff is at 1 p.m.
These kind of pitchers, if you can, you just want to hit it wherever it's pitched. Inside, you want to try and pull it. Although for this pitcher here, Burley, the inside pitch, he keeps that ball cutting. His bread and butter is away.
Well, it goes away again, and Rollins hits it foul.
He knows he can't live inside. He's a good fielding pitcher, too.
One ball and 2 strikes to Rollins, who's 1 for 2. Dana Dubuque is going to try to do anything he can to get this to be an official game, as long as the elements don't discourage it. Infield's still in pretty good shape. Burley will throw out Rollins. This is a 1-2-3 inning. Phillies go down in order here in the 4th. So Burley's through 4 on to the 5th. Kendrick will go back to work with a 1-run lead. at a unique Phillies alumni luncheon in the Diamond Club Thursday, August 9th from 11:30 to 2:30 here at the ballpark. Listen as Bill Giles, Tim McCarver, Kent DeColvey, Bobby Wine, and more share their Phillies stories. The event includes photos of the 80 and 08 World Series trophies. Call 215-463-1000 or go to Phillies.com/alumni for more information. Top of the 5th inning, Hanley Ramirez lead it off, and he takes low. It's 1-0.
Well, it looked to be a pretty good pitch. You know, you want to try and get this inning in, but you don't want to just be throwing to be throwing and not making sure you're still making them hit your pitch.
1-1 the count. 3 outs, and the game is official. I think they're going to put the tarp on the field. I think he tried to get it through the top of the 5th inning, because with the Phillies up 2-1, and if you get it through the top of the 5th, it's an official ball game. So the tarp is going to go on the field at 8:19 officially. We expected that there would probably be some rain at some point, and they were able to get 4 full innings in. But I think Dana DeMuth realized that the conditions were getting a little too overwhelming to continue for the integrity of the game itself.
Yeah, and then when that rain comes down too, Tom, on that helmet, it'll start dripping in your face, dripping in your eyes. You just don't want that to happen. And the rain was coming down harder and harder.
So this is not an official ball game. It's 2-1, Phillies on top here in the top of the 5th inning. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike to Hanley Ramirez. So hopefully this storm, which is come up the East Coast and is built just to the southwest of Pennsylvania, will give the Phils an opening, the Phils and the Marlins an opening to finish off the game before the end of the night. So we're in a rain delay here at Citizens Bank Park. Kyle Kendrick and Mark Burley each pitched 4 innings. Kendrick 4 innings plus. But it was just too much to continue the ball game. So we'll sit here and wait at Citizens Bank Park, and hopefully the Phillies and the Marlins will resume very shortly. So while we wait here, you can get a chance to sit back at home and watch another edition of Phillies Clubhouse. shame for the guy with the poncho because he had just gotten it on when the rain started to fall a little harder. They were starting to put the tarp on the field. But if he's back out of his seat, that poncho is ready to go. And so is Kyle Kendrick, who's out on the hill. He's been warming up for the last few minutes on the big mound after warming up in the bullpen. And looks like he is complete. Let's set the stage for you what's going on. It's the top of the 5th inning. Hanley Ramirez is the batter. And the count was and still is 1 ball and 1 strike on Hanley Ramirez, with the Phillies on top 2-1. The Marlins scored a run in the first. The Phillies scored 2 in the bottom of the first. And now, less than an hour after the rains really started coming down hard, we're ready to resume baseball, Sarge.
Well, Phil looks in really terrific shape. This ground crew does a good job. They get that tarp off the field quicker than just about anybody. They deserve a lot of credit, really do.
All right, so here we go. Kendrick trying to keep this 1-run lead. And here's the first pitch back. And a fastball a little high. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Ramirez tonight is 0 for 2. He has struck out. He's also popped out to third. In his first full year as a third baseman for the Florida Marlins. Or Miami Marlins, I should say. And it's 2-2. It's a 48-minute rain delay, Sarge, in case you're wondering.
And I was. You see Ozzie there with a little towel on him.
He's always got that towel.
Yeah. Said he likes that National League because they have better cities. Is what he said. And asked him about managing too in the different cities, or National League and American League. And the difficult thing, he says, is that pitch count. It'll catch you in a hurry there in this National League. American League, he says, you can go on and let the guys go on and go out there. Don't have to worry about the double switch.
That's the big
to
thing.
Make that decision.
3 balls and 2 strikes the count to Ramirez here at the top of the 5th. To right field. That's pretty well hit. Pence on the run. It's going to stay in the yard. It's a 1-hop off the wall, and it kind of dies out there. Ramirez will pull into second with what turns out to be a 48-minute leadoff double.
Pretty good hitting there as he goes out and goes the other way. Didn't try and pull the ball. And this is after yanking a curveball foul left field. And then he goes the other way. Take a look at it. Head down on it. Classic swing there. And he's starting to perfect that. He's getting where he's healthy. When he's healthy, one of the better players in the league.
Well, let's see how they deal with Giancarlo Stanton, who is 1 for 1 so far with an RBI double and a walk. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. Kyle's been like Houdini tonight. He's done a great job of pitching out of trouble through the first 4 innings. He'll have to do it again here in the 5th.
It's the pitch that you'll get him on, is that slider. But just let me tell you, don't hang that ball out over the plate. Ozzie said after coming here and looking at him hit, one of the strongest hitters that he's ever seen. He says he hits the ball harder than anyone that he has been around.
Got him. The key was getting ahead, I think, in that particular at-bat there, Sarge.
Well, we talk about that. You get ahead of most hitters, you can expand the zone. They get to be where they're a little bit anxious, but you got to give Kyle a lot of credit. Take a look at the movement on here. Stanton thinking it's a fastball changeup as it goes down. Just a great pitch.
1 out, runner at second. Logan Morrison's the batter. Morrison hit into a 3-6-1 double play his last time up with the bases loaded. Looks like Mark Burley's going to come back out and pitch the bottom of the 5th. As we mentioned, the rain delay was 48 minutes in all. Kendrick started warming up, well, I guess it was about 40 minutes or so into the rain delay. I think a lot of times managers, it kind of depends on what kind of pitcher they are as to whether they'll bring back a Burley or bring back a Kendrick after a delay.
Yeah. Well, maybe the power pitchers they don't want to have thrown, but I've never understood it why they wouldn't be able to come back after a rain delay.
That ball's hit hard. Diving stop by Wigginton. I'll tell you what, that's a heck of a play. Over to third goes Ramirez. 2 outs here in the 5th.
I tell you, when he makes plays like that, you wonder how some of those other plays, when it doesn't even hit the ground, he kind of clanks those. Okay? This is Gold Glove like right here. This ball hit like a bullet and spinning two, top spin on it. He's up to the task, and he does a great job keeping an eye right on the runner when he does that. This time Kyle comes over, doesn't need the help, however. Ty reading that all the way. Good play.
Here's Brian Peterson, hit by a pitch his last time up. Takes inside, 1 ball, no strikes. I'll tell you, he's done a better job these last couple of starts of really working inside around the strike zone.
Well, you have to. I mean, those pitchers that live outside, you're going to have to be more like Burley. But even he comes inside off the plate.
The 1-1, swing and a miss with a changeup, 1-2.
Boy, just set him up nice. Fastball in, and he got that one. This one looked like a fastball out over the plate as it dips away.
Rich Doobie has said all along that he thinks Kendrick could pitch in many different areas of the game. Well, here is a starter trying to get out of the 5th. Ramirez runs down the third base line and stops the 1-2. Popped him up. This should do it for the inning. It's taken nearly an hour, but Kyle Kendrick has finished up the 5th inning, and he leaves another one in scoring position. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. And how about this play by Ty Wigginton? He just saved a run and quite possibly just saved the inning for Kyle Kendrick. Middle of the 5th, it's an official ball game with the Phillies up 1. Philadelphia to match wheels for 125 miles and to take on the infamous Manayunk Wall. Watch all the highlights from the 28th International Cycling Championship Sunday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
You say a race against wheels? Do you want to repeat that?
Placido Polanco will lead it off. I am not racing wheels. You want to race wheels?
Well, I mean, I was just trying to understand the promo that you were reading, and
I guess you jumped in halfway through.
Well.
Polanco hits one down the right field line. He's 3 for 3. And he's finally going to get one to the wall, and he's going to get to second base on this one.
Well, you know he's hitting the ball well when he is going the opposite way. Doesn't pull the ball a lot, but that's his bread and butter. Right center, down the line. His average continues to rise. Gonna need him to be steady. And he has. Look at his eyes down on that. Hitting against that front foot. Not even a lot of slice until it hits the ground. Automatic double.
Hunter Pence, who has reached base on an infield single and hit into a fielder's choice, is due up. He's 1 for 2.
These are the situations crucial to be able to manufacture a run some kind of way when you get a runner there at second base, nobody out, from like getting them over.
Like the third.
Exactly.
And they couldn't do it.
You can look back at the games a lot of times and look at situations where maybe you should have scored a run here or there, and all it does is just take more pressure off that pitcher. Doesn't have to be so fine all the time.
Outside, 2-1 to Pence. Polanco's on second. Phillies are 2 for 8 with runners in scoring position. And as we mentioned, Kendrick's worked out of some pretty tough jams, and the Marlins are 0 for 8.
No, too. He doesn't just have to hit that ball to right field. I mean, he can get over on a long fly ball, so stay aggressive within yourself.
Talk about challenging him. That's the hardest fastball I think he's thrown tonight. 86 miles per hour.
Had that in a good spot, though. That's that cutter that he throws. He gets it in a good spot because he starts it inside.
In the air to left field. Say goodbye to that one. A 2-run home run for Hunter Pence. And the Phillies have now taken a 4-1 lead.
Oh, boy. Boy, he covered that one. That was a changeup. He got to his liking. Out over the plate. It was down. Did a good pitch down. Wasn't just up in the air. That's big, though. Big for Hunter to be able to get that. Big for Kyle. A little 3-run cushion. Take a look at it and see where the pitch is. See how that pitch came right back over the plate. It wasn't away. Got that foot down. Head down on it. See you later. That's a good at bat.
Well, Stephen Fader of Barrington, New Jersey, you've won $100 thanks to Hunter Pence and the McDonald's home run jackpot. Carlos Ruiz is 3 for 3.
I got to tell you, Tom, I've seen a lot of players hot, but this guy, he's been hot since spring training, and that ball's got to seem like a basketball or a beach ball coming up there to the plate. He's centering everything. Off-speed pitches, balls that are thrown 97, kind of showing you what he's all about. And to boot, a great defensive play.
Absolutely. Well, he now has enough at-bats to qualify for the top 10 in hitting. And with that base hit, his average continues to climb up over 380. So depending on what Melky Cabrera does tonight for the Giants, and he leads the National League in hitting, that's where Ruiz will be sitting in the top 10. And with Hunter Pence's home run and each one the Phillies hit this season, one tree will be planted by the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society as part of Home Runs for Trees, a partnership between the Phils, PHS, and Aramark. Log on to Phillies.com/Red Goes Green for more info. Carlos is at 384.
Unbelievable. You know, and he's hitting it left field, right field, up the middle, home runs. Hit a breaking ball for a pinch hit home run. Feels down on the mat, and Carlos coming to save the day. We'll start calling him Superman pretty soon.
2-0 to Wigginton, and he nearly corkscrewed himself down into the ground. Again, this is an official ball game with the rain falling again. Chad Godin is warming up in the pen for the Marlins. 2 balls, 1 strike to count to Wigginton. Grounder toward the hole. Reyes knocks it down, loses control, still throws, not in time. Wigginton is safe at first.
I got to tell you, I don't even know how he got it over there near first base. This is after a bobble. Kind of shows you his athleticism. And Jose Reyes never giving up on that play. Didn't catch it cleanly, but he almost got Ty at first base. And for me, being able to throw the ball anywhere near first base. Take a look at this. He tries to backhand it. He keeps it there and he flicks it with his wrist. You can see Ty coming over that last step there. He ends up getting it and taking a fall as he tumbles, turns. That's what you're supposed to do. Keep you from getting injured.
That's the 10th hit of the night for the Phillies. Now Hector Luna's the batter with nobody out, and he takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Make that the 11th hit. I didn't realize that they hadn't put the hit up on the board yet. Luna has a 2-run single. That was his first time up.
Well, here's that hunch for Charlie there as that ball goes right in the hole. Juan Samuel waving him in, very aggressive, slides across the plate. Nice little stand-up slide there. Nice going, Luna. Nice going, Charlie.
Other way. They'll turn one, but they won't get the second one because Burley didn't get over to cover. And over to third goes Ruiz. 4-6 on the putout. And that'll bring John Mayberry to the plate.
Interesting there because Burley usually a pretty good fielder. He knows anytime that ball's hit to the right side, pitcher got to get over there. He was a little bit late. Might have had a chance for a double play. Take a look at it, and he goes the other way. Now he goes and he's going over there. Well, just a little bit slow, and he would have hit a moving target.
Yeah, he just has to get to the bag quicker to get there before the runner. He arrived the same time as the runner.
Yep.
First and third for Mayberry. 4-1 Phillies. 2-run single by Hector Luna. A 2-run home run in this inning by Hunter Pence.
Another run or two would be just great.
Back toward the middle. Infante. Nice play. Flips it to Reyes for one, and just in time to get Mayberry. That's a heck of a 4-6-3 double play right there by the Miami Marlins. But the Phillies do get 2 on the 2-run home run by Hunter Pence. This has given them a 4-1 lead, an official ball game as we go to the top of the 6th here in Philly.
pitch. Carlos has delivered at the plate for the Phillies in so many ways this season. The best hitting catcher in the National League added to his 2012 resume even when he wasn't in the starting lineup. You could try and run him over, but nothing should keep Chooch from his first All-Star appearance. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Now more than ever, we're here for you every step of the way. Well, Carlos Ruiz has 3 for 3 in this ball game. He goes back to work behind the plate as the rain falls here at Citizens Bank Park. And the Phillies are on top 4-1. Look at those numbers. 384.
Unreal. Not only that, though, too, he's been hitting the ball and hitting it hard. Sure, he's had some luck, but created his own luck by continuing to have good at-bats, solid at-bats.
Some of the fans are popping the umbrellas up again or heading to the concourse as John Buck leads it off here in the top of the 6th. Bottom third due up for the Marlins, including Mark Burley. And Buck hits one foul to the right of the plate now to play. It's 0-1. Buck's numbers tonight. He's grounded to short. He's fly to right. I asked Kyle Sarge after his last outing, do you think that's the best game you ever thrown? And he had to think about it a little bit. He goes, yeah, I think it is. You know, because it's the only shutout he has in his big league career.
Yep.
It's only his second complete game. But I just think he was in total command from start to finish.
No doubt. No doubt about it. He just made it look easy. Stayed ahead of the hitters, getting ground balls. Well, it just goes to show you, you don't have to have that fastball at 95, 96 to get major league hitters out. You can hit spots and do the same thing.
2-1 pitch. There's a strike. It's 2-2. I think the other thing too, Sarge, he had such presence as Qualls warms in the pen. I think he had such presence in that game against the Cardinals too.
Yeah, and tell you what, you learn a lot when you have veteran pitchers on the team like Holiday, you know, again like Lee.
He got him. Indecisive swing, a foul tip into the glove. Third strikeout for Kendrick.
Boy, Buck is almost swinging underwater. Never seen him swing quite that way.
Make that the 4th strikeout for Kyle.
Take a look at it. This ball just eats him up inside. I mean, it's almost as if he didn't really see the ball and swung the bat as an afterthought.
Well, here comes Chris Coghlan with Donnie Murphy in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Burley. Late swing, 0-1. By the way, there's one out in the top of the 8th inning in New York. Johan Santana with a rising pitch count. He's at 120 pitches. There's a base runner for the Cardinals in the 8th. But he still has that no-hitter with one out in the 8th. Now 2 outs.
Wow. I don't know.
I can't imagine that they'll let him. Well, I don't know. He's coming off shoulder surgery. I would be very surprised if they let him finish off the no-hitter.
Likewise, but it'll be tough to get him off that mound throwing a no-hitter. This guy is one heck of a competitor, Santana.
1-1 pitch to Coghlan. On the outside corner, 1-2. Well, he's out of the 8th. They head to the bottom of the 8th inning. And if you're Terry Collins, you got an organization that's never thrown a no-hitter, and you got a former Cy Young Award winner who's had shoulder problems. That is a tough decision, and I'm glad I don't have to make it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Santana will make that decision for them. And if he's feeling good or he tells them that he is, he's going to go out there. The repercussion comes in that next start or the one after that and seeing how he pitches or whether or not, you know, he sustains an injury.
The 1-2 pitch. Little number foul. Well, he's at 122 pitches, which is by far the most he's thrown since he had the shoulder surgery. How about this nugget?
earlier this year, Philip Umber for the White Sox threw a no-hitter. The Mets got Santana from the Twins for Philip Umber.
No. Oh, boy. Even Stevens.
I don't know about that.
Sort of.
Philip Umber, Johan Santana.
Well, I'm taking Santana. There's no question about that.
Coghlan has a base hit tonight, and he's walked. He's behind in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Left side, backhanded by Rollins, off balance throw. Just didn't have enough on it, but it was a heck of a try.
Yeah, never get Coghlan. He's got good speed. Hitting from that left side. Hits that ball right in the hole. Hit something off speed as it was going down. Hit it right in the hole. J-Roll, no chance, though, to throw him out on that one.
Now Donnie Murphy will pinch hit. So Mark Burley goes 5 innings. He allows 11 hits and 4 runs. Phillies set up for 2. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Hit hard right past Polanco. It's a fair ball down the left field line. Coghlan's on his way to third. And Luna makes the right decision to throw to second to keep the double play in order. So first and third with 1 away.
That's a great play by Luna going in. And you're right, keeping that double play in order.
I think that's going to be it. Charlie Manuel's coming out. He's got Chad Qualls warming in the bullpen.
Yeah, he knows how quick this club, they can strike and get runs in a hurry.
Well, Kyle has battled tonight. He's gotten this game into the 6th inning, even with a 48-minute rain delay. That's going to be it for him. So he'll get a nice round of applause as he exits the field.
He's got to be proud of himself. Yeah, good job is right. Malleable fans here in Philadelphia recognize that as they stand on their feet, giving a standing ovation.
All right, Sarge, this is an AT&T call to the bullpen. Chad Qualls is coming in. We'll tell you about Chad when we return. Valley. Join the Phillies fitness program presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation and take steps toward being healthy through smart food choices and exercise. Camps receive a tips booklet, posters, pledge cards, and completion certificates. For information, Go to Phillies.com/fitness. That's with a P. PH, I should say. All right, so Chad Qualls is the new pitcher here in the top of the 6th. Jose Reyes is the batter. He's been on base 3 times tonight. And he swings at the first pitch. This might be 2. Galvis will chase back the runner. There's 1. That's such a smart play. That's such a smart play. The tag is made. However, the run counts. Coghlan scored. The Phillies will exchange the double play for the run. So it's 4-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 run, 2 hits. Nobody left. We go to the home 6th. Visit your Honda dealer right now for great deals. Only a Honda is a Honda. Buy Xfinity, the official HD triple play provider of your Phillies. And buy Chevrolet. See your local Chevy dealer or visit ChevyDealer.com. All right, so here we go. Bottom of the 6th inning. It's a 4-2 game. It's been raining most of the night, but give credit to a lot of folks for making sure that this game has gone official.
Yep.
Chad Godin will be the new pitcher for the Marlins. 10th ball game. He's 1-0 with a 2.55 earned run average. And he'll face Freddie Galvis. It looks like Pete Orr came out to take a few swings with Jose Contreras warming in the bullpen. And then the top of the order, 8, 9, and 1. There's Pete.
Now, what Charlie knows, too, though, that you want to score as many runs as you can against this offense.
Jose Contreras warming in the pen.
His velocity is starting to get right where he wants it, and he's got a good split to go along with it.
His command, I think, at the strike zone has been better, too.
Yeah. This is the time of the game, too, where players will have to clean those spikes.
All right, we got a little foreshadowing up in New York as to what the Mets' plans are with Johan Santana, who has never thrown more than 125 pitches in a game, and he's at 122 through 8 innings with a no-hitter.
Wow.
He's batting.
Yeah. Well, there's your answer. There's your answer right there.
Galvis 0 for 2 tonight. And he lines one fair down the right field line, hits the half wall. I don't know if he's going to test Stanton's arm. Yeah, he is. Stanton was a little ginger going after that. And Freddie decides to test it. That breaks an 0 for 12 slide for Galvis. And a leadoff double for the 3rd time in the last 4 innings for the Phillies.
Yeah, I think for me right now, the balls that are really fastball, and he's a fastball hitter, and one that would be down is that ricochets. Now you see Stanton coming in, and because it is wet, he can't get good traction to be able to get Galvis going in the 2nd.
Pete Orr probably up there to bunt, Sarge. What do you think? To get the runner over to 3rd?
I would like to see that.
There you go. And he bunts it over toward 3rd. Godin off the mound quickly. He better hurry because Pete Orr runs well, and he just got him.
Thought he could have had a play at third base. Ramirez, third baseman, kind of looking over there, and I say that because the ball wasn't bunted exactly to third base. But nevertheless, he does the job in getting him over. Take a look at it. You can see exactly where he's bunted. And I thought he had a play right there, but he elected to go on and throw that ball there to first base. Ramirez there in plenty of time. So that is a decision you have to make yourself.
So a sacrifice for Orr. Infield is in. And Rollins hits a number toward first. Here comes Galvis. He's going to score. He went on contacts. Am I right about that, Sarge? He went on contact, right?
Absolutely.
And it's a 5-2 ball game. The Phillies get a runner in from third with less than 2 outs. And it's back to a 3-run game.
Now you can see how big that play is. I mean, you get out to third base, you want to go down. Watching that ball, there he goes. And that's on contact. Takes out all the surprise on it, too, as he slides coming in. No one happier, however, than J-Ro.
I know it's a little thing, but the way Galvis set up his attempt to the plate was the right way to do it. The walking lead, the secondary lead, everything.
You got to have that, and that's just taking advantage of. This guy's IQ baseball is, I mean, it's up there.
So now Polanco, who has 3 hits tonight.
It's a big run pickup.
Not hit that hard. Morrison was slow to decide, but he makes the play. 3-1 on the putout. And the Phillies, their lead back to 3. Watch this technique. Perfect technique. The walking lead. He goes on contact. And the reward is another run.
Bad plays, rain, delay, pitchers coming back. Both teams think they should have more runs, and Phillies have 3 more at this point through 6 innings. Stanton had that double in the first inning, and the Phillies had 2 on Luna's 2-out base hit. He's knocked in a couple. Hunter Pence with a home run has knocked in a couple. Kyle Kendrick, I'll tell you, Tom, you just look at Contreras coming in. Qualls got the job done last year, but Kyle Kendrick, what a job he did tonight, considering the conditions and having to go back out and pitch again. He really battled it.
He sure did. 48-minute rain delay. He got a lot of help behind him. Here's our Liberty Mutual defensive plays, plural, of the game.
Oh, yeah, there were some really good defensive plays behind him, too, as you say. Right here, this is just a dumb base running play by Reyes, and he's thrown out at second. They would have had more runs in the first inning if he hadn't done that. Kendrick makes a tremendous play there. Maybe that ball's up the middle for trouble. And look at this play Wigginton makes right there. That would have produced a run, too. So, yeah, I mean, he hung in there. His defense played well behind him. And right now the Phillies have a lead, and they actually could have a couple more runs.
Yeah, they could. Liberty Mutual defensive play of the game. Responsibility. What's your policy? Charlie Manuel made the decision to keep Kyle Kendrick in the ball game. Seemed like it was an easy one. He also made some adjustments to his lineup tonight that have worked. Ozzie Guillen, well, his starter had to sit a little longer than Kyle did before he came back out. And the Phillies were able to get 2 more against Mark Burley. This is a battle of 2 teams that are behind the Washington Nationals. The Miami Marlins are a half game back, and the Phillies are 3 games back. The Marlins have won 3 straight and 7 of 10 and had a 21-win month of May. Omar Infante will lead it off for the Marlins. And he takes inside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Infante tonight has singled and scored. He reached on an error in the 3rd, and he grounded out to first. Bastardo's warming in the bullpen. And a strike to Infante.
Contreras really threw the ball well in that game in New York the other night. Really good life on his fastball.
They felt like it would take some time for his arm strength to get up there, and his legs too. And that seems to be the case. Now, he's not totally out of the woods yet, but just watching him, his velocity, and I think that's a key for him. And Rich Doobie's talked about this too. His velocity is better, and his command of the strike zone is better. And you're right, the other night it was the best splitter we've seen all year. There's a pop up into foul territory. Going to be tough for anybody to get there. Galvis is giving it a try. And he's going to need a new pair of pants. Ball takes a hop into the stands. Not only because of the hole, but also because of the mud that's caked up from his belt to his knee.
He just gained 5 pounds. Look at that. Oh, that's a mess. That'll challenge the boys downstairs. Get that thing clean and patch it. They can do it.
Is Contreras okay? I don't think he's okay. Oh, boy.
No, he's not okay. No, doesn't look like it. Gee, just when it looked like he was coming back all right. Oh, yeah, it's his arm.
Rich Doobie came running out. Sean Fakasny, one of the Phillies athletic trainers, came running out. I thought he initially had slipped on the mound, but it was just I think the pain of that arm that took him down to the ground.
Just we're talking about how it looked like things are going better for him.
Right there.
When he finished throwing that pitch. Oh, boy. What a shame.
That's one tough hombre right there, too. I mean, it's
There's been a lot of bullets come out of that arm. How long he's been pitching.
So he's out. Bastardo had been warming up, so they're going to bring him into the ball game. He'll get as much time as he needs. It's a 2-2 count here in the top of the 7th. We'll be back right after this. And they just watched Jose Contreras being walked off the field after throwing a pitch and stumbling in agony. And Antonio Bastardo will take over for him here in the top of the 7th inning. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Omar Infante. Bastardo gets as long as he needs to warm up, but he had been warming up in the bullpen, so it may not take him that long to get himself tuned up and ready to go. While he's warming up, we'll give you a little history up at Citi Field. Johan Santana with his 134th pitch of the night. 3-2 the count to David Freese. And for the first time in the 50-year history of the New York Mets, someone has thrown a no-hitter. And it's Johan Santana as the Mets have won it 8-0 over the St. Louis Cardinals. And now it's down to the San Diego Padres, the only team in baseball history without a no-hitter.
Yeah, we were just talking about that the other night, too.
Active team, I should say.
Active team, right. There you go. Look at how many games they played. What we have, come on, 40-some one-hitters, you said the other night?
I believe that's what it is.
That's what you said. 40-some one-hitters. And, you know, not only is a no-hitter remarkable, but how about that guy pitching it? There were more than one person that said, you know, he may never pitch again with all the shoulder problems he had. And I'm sure they were caught in between tonight whether to let him go that long with all those pitches and all the arm problems he's had.
Sarge was saying that he may feel it his next start, but he also was saying that they may give him an extra day or 2 before his next start. So here's Bastardo, 2-1, a 1.84 earned run average. Omar Infante again is the batter. And Bastardo will pick up for Jose Contreras, who's left with an apparent arm injury. And boy, we hope he's okay.
This is his hitter, too. If the pitchers change, the count's 2-2. The official score charges the batter and the actions of that batter to the relief pitcher.
Mike McConey, the official scorer tonight, just made the same announcement that the outcome of the at-bat will be charged to Bastardo. Now the 2-2 pitch. Fly ball, shallow left field. Hector Luna, that's a mile high. Charlie Manuel said he'll make all the plays that he needs to. And then he so far has made all the plays he's needed to.
Charlie laughing about that one. He could use some windshield wipers on it, looking up into it, because you said that was a big league pop-up.
Henley Ramirez will be the hitter with 1 out. I wonder what their plan is now for the 8th inning. I guess it's going to be Jake Diekman.
Might be matchups, yeah.
Ramirez hits it foul down the right field line.
We were just talking about Contreras and how well Jose threw the ball the other night. And look, you know, like he was fine tonight and threw that pitch and obviously did something to his arm.
The other night how good his split was against the Mets.
Remember that running fastball to David Wright when he shattered his bat?
I
thought his fastball was unbelievable too the other night. He had velocity, movement. Oh well.
Up high, 2-1.
I don't know what that footing is like out there on the mound right now. You know, they do everything they can on a night like this to try and help.
Bastardo's trying to knock the clay from his spikes. Ramirez the same with his.
Mets get a no-hitter in their 50th year. Kind of appropriate, I guess. Whoa.
Ruiz just called time. Kerwin Danley pointed to the catcher. It is remarkable, though, that the Padres are now the only team. For the last several years, we've been talking about 3 teams. The Rays, the Padres, and the Mets.
Right.
And the Rays had theirs. The Padres still have not had theirs. And remarkably, with all the the pitchers the Mets have had over the years that could do it, including one that did it as well as anybody. They finally get one.
Yeah, he had to leave them to start throwing his no-hitters with Nolan Ryan. And Seaver, too, you thought, well, he'll pitch one. And he did, but not with the Mets.
The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Stanton's on deck.
That bat looks small in his hands, doesn't it?
I think everything looks small in his hands.
Look at that bat. The way it looked like a toothpick the way he was holding it.
Imagine him as a football player.
No. He'd be tough to cover. He'd be your prototype, what, split out, split end?
I think he was going to be
end?
I think he was going to be a defensive back.
Oh, boy.
A cornerback.
Tall.
No, maybe it was a receiver. Maybe it's Hayward who was going to be.
Yeah.
One of them was going to be a defensive back.
He's awful tall for a D-back.
Well, so is Hayward.
Yeah, that's true.
But one of them, I can't remember which one. One was going to be a wide receiver. The other one was going to be a defensive back.
You get a feeling that if football coaches have gotten a hold of them, they're playing offense.
Well, Stanton certainly has played offense the last month of the year. So he's the hitter with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th.
Nice to see him come up with nobody on base.
And the Phillies with a 3-run lead.
Yes. What a big strikeout Kyle Kendrick got on him.
Kept getting it in, and in. Well, this is after throwing a couple of hooks to set him up.
Yeah.
Fly ball left field. Another chance for Hector Luna. He's made every play tonight out there. That one he wound in for a little bit, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Combination of Contreras and Bastardo take us to the bottom of the 7th. It's time to stretch here in Philadelphia. All right, Wheels, here you go. Name the teams that Marlins pitcher Mark Buehrle has thrown a no-hitter in perfect game against as a member of the White Sox.
Perfect game against Tampa Bay, and no-hitter against Texas.
Come on, Wheels, put a little more drama into it.
Well, I can't. I told you. I've read it. I mean, I wrote it down. I can't fake it.
No-hitter in 07, perfect game in 09. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of Phillies prize pack. Thanks for playing Dodge Stump the Fans on a night when the Johan Santana has thrown a no-hitter at the St. Louis Cardinals. We have a no-hitter question.
And Mike Baxter, how about the catch that he made in that game? It may have broken his arm or his wrist against the left field wall when he
bruised shoulder.
Oh, is that all it was?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great to hear, because I just saw the video of him. Saw him walking off holding his wrist. Oh, that's great to hear, because it looked like he had broken something there. What a catch. You couldn't help but think of the perfect game that Burley pitched and that catch of Wise made.
Yep. Here's Hunter Pence to lead it off against Godin, and he takes a strike. It's 0-1.
There it is. Yeah, here it is. That's the talk show caller, right? That's Murph's story. We ever going to get that? There he goes, slamming.
Not Murph's story, Wheels.
Slamming into the W.B. Mason. And you can laugh about it now because he's okay. But what a play that was. And they'll be showing that along with Santana. He'll be buying him something nice.
You want me to tell my story now, Wheels?
Murph, sooner, I mean, the guy's teeing it up for you, making that play, right?
I was going to hold it for the next Mets series.
Well, that would really be old. Go ahead, tell it.
Murph, I thought it was Wheels' story now.
Well, that's true.
Officially.
I figured at some point he told it while I wasn't here.
No, you were on the whole time.
Yeah, but maybe tonight.
Oh, man. Well, maybe next time, Murph, you could talk to him about making that play, and now people will be calling about him instead of him calling about everybody else.
Yeah, that's right. He was a longtime caller to Kevin Burkhardt, who does my job for the New York Mets. He used to call the WFAN station when he was a kid, and
that's great.
And he actually told Kevin that when he got to the New York Mets, because he grew up in Queens. He was a big fan of the Mets, a big fan of the Jets, and Chad Pennington. He used to like to protect him on the radio. So. Really good guy, and nice to hear that nothing more serious than a bruised shoulder as well.
Yeah, I'm sure, as Will said, Johan Santana is going to be buying him something pretty special.
And now he's a Mets fan, and now he's part of an incredible part of their history tonight. It's a neat story.
That's true. That's true.
Why I wanted Murph to tell it.
Oh, now you do, Will.
Yeah, really, Will. Don't exonerate yourself.
Just teeing it up for you. That's all. It's all part of being teamwork in this booth.
It's 3-2 to Hunter Pence. And he spins it foul and out of play. That story will never die.
Here's Pence's home run. Runner at second, nobody out. You going to get him over? How about this? Looked like a fastball down and away, and boy, did he golf that out. That went out in a hurry.
Line drive to right field and a base hit for Hunter Pence. So Pence has 3 hits tonight. And then Carlos Ruiz will be the batter. Well, here are the last 10 no-hitters / perfect games in Major League Baseball. Umber, as we said, his was the perfect game earlier this year. Jared Weaver earlier this year. So this is the 3rd one this season. There were 3 last year, 4 counting Roy's postseason no-hitter in 2010. Look at those names. Some of those names are, potential Cy Young Award winners. Some of them are just pitchers that had good days.
Right, and that's how that's how it happens sometimes. You look at the list of the guys that pitch no-hitters against the Phillies and that have pitched it for them. There are the no-hitters again.
0-1 the count to Ruiz. Carlos, a swing and a miss. It gets away from Buck. And up to second goes Pence, who thought maybe it was fouled, so he was starting to go back to first. I think that's a pat. No, they're going to score a wild pitch. Buck just went to Godin and pointed to himself and basically saying it was his fault.
Chooch, the hottest hitter in the club, and he looked like he took a shot at right field then. Now with 2 strikes, you're on your own.
Need we say he's the hottest hitter in the National League? I mean, I know Cabrera had a 51 hit month, but he's overtaken Cabrera right now in batting average. Yep. That's why he understands that run's pretty important. Looks like Bastardo's going to start the 8th at least. Swing and a miss. Well, they finally got Carlos out. Buck is going to fire to first to finish the strikeout. 2-3 on the putout. One away. Ty Wigginton is the hitter. And these lucky fans have sat through the rain and get a chance to watch the Phils tonight. There are Citizens 7. They will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com. So right elbow soreness is the announcement about Contreras. Let's hope that's what it is. Just a little soreness. Didn't look that way, but let's hope that's what it is. Wigginton is 1 for 3. Ooh, that's going to wind up being a ball.
Sure.
Yep.
That'll get him over. Yeah, he slipped a little bit there. Goes back to try and kick some of the mud out of his cleats. Here it is in the stretch. And
his back foot just slipped out from
under him, and he put on the brakes. Didn't want to get hurt, so take the balk instead.
So the infield is in. 1 ball and no strikes.
That's got to be a lot of laughs right now, playing the infield in as wet as it is. If you're an infielder, like, oh no. Hit me a 1-hopper.
Two 2-0.
No, and they are all the way in. It's not like they're on the dirt at all. Look, if first and third base back just slightly, but look at the middle infielders. Now Reyes just walked back to the dirt. I mean, on the pull side there, you could give a little more ground, I would think.
Plus, this is a quick infield, too.
Oh, quick, right, and wet.
He thought about throwing behind Hunter Pence, but Buck lost the ball. Did he hit Kerwin Danley when he was trying to throw it?
Oh, no, it looked like it popped up in the air. I don't know. Maybe he did. I saw it pop out of his glove. No, he just lost control.
He kept looking at Danley. I don't know why he was looking at him.
He's like, are you going to give me a new ball, or you want me to throw this one back?
3-0 pitch. Ball 4. So Luna will hit with first and third and 1 out.
He'll probably go back into double play depth now. Randy St. Clair looking on, their pitching coach, and they will. They'll go back into double play depth, figuring Luna doesn't run that well, and we'll get 2, and then the Phillies won't score.
Good pitching matchup tomorrow. It's Ricky Nolasco against Cole Hamels. Phillies trying to win at home and get on the run here at the ballpark. And it's 0-1 to Hector Luna as he takes a breaking ball for a strike.
They've left a few of them out there at third tonight. Make it a little bit easier. Get a fly ball here and a 4-run lead. They made a spectacular double play. Did the Marlins last time on Mayberry to leave a runner at third.
That one's hit hard. That's a fair ball down the left field line, and it's going to the corner. Pence will score. Wigginton goes to third. He'll be held up there. It's another RBI for Hector Luna. And if you're Charlie Manuel, you got to have a field. Starts him tonight in left field, and he gets 3 RBIs from him, and the Phillies are up 6-2.
He just loves the way Luna swings. He says even when he makes an out or doesn't make contact, I like the way he swings because he gets after it. And he does swing hard. He's a professional looking hitter when he's up there, You get him out with breaking balls away like most hitters. But if you make a mistake in like that to him, he hits it hard. Watch how he likes the ball in. See, he opens up. Now he pulls the bat down and pulls the ball down the third baseline.
Oh, again, the Marlins play the infield in second and third. And the first pitch inside, it's 1-0.
It's a nice run there, and chance for more.
With still 1 man down.
The Marlins have been a very good come from behind team this year.
Jake Diekman is warming in the bullpen for the Phillies. The pitcher spot is due up after Freddie Galvis, who's on deck. One ball, no strikes, the count to Mayberry.
They're having a little trouble out there. Just tried to put some of that diamond dry in an area where he's landing.
I don't know, Wheels. It looks like the rain has subsided for the most part.
It's unbelievable how it has. Talk about a window.
It's a sliding glass door is what this is.
Huge picture window.
Strike at the knees, 2-1.
I mean, there's stuff everywhere. Barely raining, if at all, right now. Just looking on the dugout at the puddles on the dugout, nothing hitting him.
Mayberry lines one foul. Just a little out in front. We got a hanger. Two and two. There are those puddles, Wheels.
Look at that. They're just shimmering right now.
Well, that was a long look in by Godin.
Yeah, and Mayberry got called time. Once again, never ceases to amaze you. These fans, how loyal they are. There are a lot of people still here.
Yeah.
Considering how miserable it's been tonight.
Well, Friday night, some folks have waited a long time to come see a game. They're thinking, I'm going to get every minute of it.
Yep.
Mayberry fights it off, and it remains 2-2. This was the 229th consecutive sellout at Citizens Bank Park. There are some seats still available for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday's games against the Dodgers. There'll be standing room only tickets that'll be on sale for tomorrow and Sunday. The Fanatic Dangle hat.
Well, that's good in the rain.
Well, now it's 3-2 to Mayberry. Fly ball, shallow right field, long run for everyone. Infante, the second baseman, makes the catch. Wigginton draws the throw. 2 away. And Freddie Galvis will hit. Time now for a Coors Light freeze cam. Wheels, what'd you do during the rain delay? Well, you probably watched it a little bit. That's what Charlie Manuel did. In preparation for it, you probably tried to get your poncho on. Dana DeMuth wanted to wait as long as he could before he put the tarp on the field. He wanted to make it an official ball game. He was unable to do that at the time. It's official now. The grounds crew did a fantastic job, and look how dry it looked on the field. Wheels got all ready for tomorrow's ball game.
Work tomorrow's pitching stuff up during the rain delay.
Coors Light freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Mike Buckholder's, I don't know what he's looking for.
And how can it not be raining? We hear it's everywhere.
Wills, give us a little breakdown of what's going on tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow, Tom, it will be Cole Hamels, who has lost one game this year. And who'd he lose it to? These guys. First start of the year for him. He lost that game to Anibal Sanchez 6-2 here in this ballpark on April the 9th, opening day. And hasn't lost since. And he will be opposed by the always colorful, the adventure of a lifetime, Carlos Zambrano.
Thought it was Ricky in Alaska.
It is. Only kidding.
No.
Zambrano's on Sunday.
Come on, did you get, let me look, did you get Carlos Zambrano's page done?
But I got it for Sunday, I guess. Darn. So much for preparation.
Log back on to Phillies.com and find out if you're the winner. I'm just kidding. Freddie Galvis hits a towering fly ball down the right field line. Stanton in fair territory makes the catch. And the Phillies leave a couple in scoring position. They do get one on the RBI double by Hector Luna. We're getting wheels ready for the weekend here at Citizens Bank Park. AT PHI, rethink possible. By WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. And by Toyota. Every new Toyota purchase comes with Toyota Care. Some changes for the Phillies. Shane Victorino comes into the ballgame to play center field. And moving from center field over to left field is John Mayberry. Antonio Bastardo will continue the inning, or continue his outing as we start the 8th. Jake Diekman was warming up just in case they got to the pitcher spot and they need to pinch hit for Bastardo. They may still use him if there's any trouble at all in this inning. The Phillies have a 4-run lead. Well, Victorino said he wanted to play today, but the doctors had preferred for him not to play. He felt like he was ready to go, so his right hand, which is his throwing hand, is where he got the cortisone shot. He's got the mouthpiece all set. He threw that ball to the stands, and he just wanted to make sure that the right person he threw it to was able to get it. So he's still looking. Many people have asked why Shane wears that mouthpiece, and I've asked him about it. He said, I really don't know. I've just gotten used to it. Logan Morrison will lead it off here in the 8th.
Come in handy if you hit your chin out there.
Well, that's part of it. You say it helps athletes avoid concussions. Oh, and 1 the count to Morrison. He's grounded out twice. Once into a 3-6-1 double play, which was one of the big plays that helped Kyle Kendrick, and he even helped his own cause. Helped Kyle Kendrick through 5+ innings tonight, 5 1/3.
Yeah, he battled through the conditions, and it's tough to probably pitch in that rain out there, and great defense behind him. Oh, and 2 the count. Ooh. That'll be a home run, and it's going to get out of here very quickly. He golfed that one onto the concourse, and it's a 6-3 ball game. 4th home run of the year for Logan Morrison. Talk about these guys. You got 6 outs to go with them, and they won't quit. Logan Morrison, good-looking hitter, should be a good player. he can just get everything straightened out. But look where this pitch was supposed to be, and look where it was. A left-handed hitter says, "Thank you very much. We love it down and in."
And now pitch hitter Justin Ruggiano. He's up there for Brian Peterson. He hits a towering fly ball to left center field. It's deep, but it should stay in the yard, shouldn't it? Nope, that one's gone. Back-to-back home runs. And it's now a 6-4 ball game, and I didn't think that one was going out. A pinch home run for Ruggiano.
And this is the bottom of the order that's hurting him right now, where, you know, these are where the outs are, supposedly. But Ruggiano, they just got him with a waivers.
Yeah.
And I mentioned what a come from behind team they are. That's an understatement.
Well, these extra runs the Phillies have picked up the last 2 innings have come in handy right now because the lead is down to 2.
Yeah, they left another one out there last inning, too. They probably left 3 out there tonight. You go back and look at runners at third and less than 2 outs.
Yeah, 1 in the 5th, another 1 in the 7th inning.
They did get 1 in the 2nd. They wound up scoring with 2 outs.
Rich Doobie went out to the mound. He made Bastardo, I think, laugh a little bit. Diekman is warming in the pen. And now John Buck. So back-to-back home runs have made this a 2-run game.
There's a reason why the Marlins have put that record together in May.
Inside, 1 ball and no strikes.
So there's hardly any wind here at all right now. And that's why I agree with you. You didn't think that ball would go out.
I didn't think it was going to go out.
It was. You knew he got a big time swing at it, but it looked like he just missed it.
In the dirt, 2-0. The flags have just picked up. They were kind of, and I know they're wet and everything, so that may have been part of it. They were kind of still as that ball left the bat of Ruggiano, kind of like the American flags look right now. On the outside corner, 2-1 the count. Buck's 0 for 3. He's grounded out. He's fly to right, and he is struck out. And ball 4. So still nobody out, and that means the tying run is coming to the plate. Charlie Manuel, I think, is going to head out. I think that's going to be it for Antonio Bastardo. He has Diekman, who's been throwing in the pen. So a pitching change is going to happen here at the ballpark at the top of the 8th inning. The rookie Jake Diekman will be the 5th pitcher used in the game by Charlie Manuel. So he's on, or he'll come on, to face Chris Coughlin. He's the scheduled hitter. Maybe a pinch hitter when we get back to Citizens Bank Park. Clearwater Threshers, the Phillies single-A affiliate in the Florida State League, will have 4 different players who will participate in the All-Star game. They'll play for the North. Jesse Biddle, the former first-round pick, who, boy, he had a heck of a month of May. 2-2 with a 2.86 earned run average overall. 52 strikeouts and 50 in the third is one. Adam Morgan, how about 70 strikeouts in 59 innings of work? Austin Wright, who made 9 starts, perfect 5-0. And then Cameron Rupp, one of the catchers for the Threshers, is also on that team with 3 home runs and 19 runs batted in. So congratulations to those guys. That game will be played in Port Charlotte. Threshers have the 3rd most players on that team, the All-Star team. So Bastardo is done. He gives up back-to-back home runs and a walk. Now Jake Diekman is on in a very tough spot. The tying run is at the plate with nobody out.
Yeah, Diekman's out there to basically save the game for the Phillies to get it to Papelbon.
First pitch is over for strike, and it's 0-1.
And unfortunately, what this has done this inning, and what is going to happen here, it's going to flip their lineup over, where you're going to see more of the big boys in the ninth, where you would not have if this had been a quick, clean inning.
Outside, 1-1.
Hopefully the ninth inning.
I was going to say you could see at least one of them
right
in this inning. That's
sure.
Reyes. There's Mike Stanton, or Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah, it was going along just fine there. Where they were in the order to have a more peaceful ninth inning.
1-2 the count. Little bailage by Coghlan.
Just a little.
When you have a difference of 14 miles an hour between your fastball and your slider, you might bail up your lefty.
Yeah, and when you're coming from where he's coming from.
Marlins did not see Diekman in spring training. Held his swing. It's 2-2.
I don't know how he didn't swing at that. With 2 strikes on him. Wow.
Got him late on a fastball, 96 miles an hour, 1 away.
So he's thinking slider there, but as you said, Tom, they haven't seen Diekman, and all of a sudden you're looking at a guy that throws 95 to 96 miles per hour. You cannot sit on a breaking ball and think you can throw an emergency swing on a fastball and stay alive with a foul. It's impossible. You saw how late he was there trying to foul it off.
Well, Donovan Solano, who's a right-handed batter, will pinch hit for the Marlins with 1 out and a runner at first. Takes way outside. Solano has 4 hits and 8 official at bats, 3 runs batted in. Came back with another fastball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
See, they're talking down there, and they're all lined up in the front of the dugout for the Marlins, and they're looking out there at the board, seeing 95, 6, and 7, and that gets your attention when you haven't seen a guy. And that's interesting to see the way they're all up there like that.
Late again, it's 1-2.
What that indicates right there is the enthusiasm they have right now for their club. That they're all up there in the front row, looking like this at the game. But see, they're talking to each other too between the pitches. I was watching them. And that's what big league players will do. They go, oh, this guy's got something working out here now. You see how late he's been on these fastballs. Whether or not they'll throw him a breaking ball or not, maybe. That would speed up his bat.
Runner leads off first, and they go with a breaking ball, and he was a little hesitant when he pulled the trigger. Marlins never saw Diekman in spring training. The Phillies never saw Solano, who led their team in hitting during spring training, hit .429.
Yeah, both teams train in Florida, but they're on opposite coasts, so they rarely see each other.
Solano hit .267 in the minor leagues this year. A little high, 2-2. think that one slipped out of his hand. So 3-2 with one out. Reyes on deck. 2 solo home runs in this inning to start the inning. Back-to-back homers. Morrison and Ruggiano have made it a 2-run game. Ground ball toward the hole, and it'll get past Polanco, a base hit. First and second now with one out.
Well, they're guarding the line, had the outfielders deep for no doubles, and a little trickler gets through. That's an out early in the game.
Well, Reyes will bat right-handed for the first time. Reyes overall a .265 hitter coming in. You know, every time the Phillies retire the opposing team, 1, 2, 3, Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports, giving you all your favorite sports all year long. Again, Polanco is a little toward the line. He's given a little bit this time. The outfield is deep from left to right.
Big hole on that left side.
Runners lead off. And the pitch is looped towards center field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. This is going to be a 1-run ball game. Oh, no. They're going to hold the runner at third. It was Buck, who doesn't run all that well. I don't know if he didn't read it right away or not.
Well, it's hard to say what happened there, but they just wanted to make sure.
So now the bases are loaded.
Here's Buck. You know, he knows that there's only one out. They're down by 2 runs. He's not a good runner. So the last thing he's thinking is, I can't get doubled off here.
How about this? They're going to make a double switch. Is Papelbon coming in now with 1 out in the 8th inning?
Yep.
He's been warming in the pen. And that's it. That's what they're going to do. Papelbon is going to commit. It's going to be the first time this year that he'll have a save opportunity where he's going to need more than 3 outs to get the save. So we've got a pitching change. Juan Pierre is coming in. How about this? Jonathan Papelbon, a bases loaded situation, is opening up the gate to come into the game. First time this year, Papelbon is coming into a ball game and will need more than 3 outs to get a save. Juan Pierre comes in to play left field. Mayberry moves back to center. Another double switch. So Pierre will bat 9th. And of course, Papelbon 0-1, a 2.18 earned run average. 22 games. Charlie Manuel said there would be a point this year where he would use him for more than an inning. Well, that point has arrived. He's done it often in his career with the Red Sox. I mean, it's not a habit, but they did use him more than an inning at times with Boston. Said he's okay with it. Bases are loaded. Buck's on third. He doesn't run well. Solano's on second, and Reyes on first. He's the fastest of the 3. And Omar Infante's the hitter. Phillies will set up for 2. Seventh career at bat for Infante against Papelbon. And the first pitch a little low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Kyle Kendrick started. He went 5 1/3. Then Chad Qualls 2/3. Contreras hurt his elbow when he came on in the 7th. And Bastardo finished the 7th, started the 8th, and gave up 2 home runs. Then Diekman, now Papelbon. And the 1-0 pitch. 2-0. He wanted that one. Little looper toward center field. Rollins is there. Infield fly rule is called. 1 out. Or 2 outs. I'm sorry. It's like a muscle memory that when Papelbon comes in, it's the start of the inning.
Well, and you know, they wait a little bit, the umpires did, because that was kind of a humpback liner out there. Well, not a, it was a pop-up, but one very high. And they have to make sure that, you know, that it's a routine, quote-unquote, routine catch. You know, that the infielders basically are turned back around. See, they still have their backs turned. Now he turns around. And see, as soon as he turned around, they went up with the infield fly rule. But as long as they're running sideways or have their back turned, they're not going to call it.
All right, so 2 away. Here's Ramirez. Ramirez is 1 for 4. Hitting here with the bases loaded. First pitch a little outside. It's 1-0. Went to the same spot. He wants that pitch. He's just not getting it, it looks like, from Kerwin Danley.
And that pitch Infante swung at, too, may not have been a strike. You know, he kind of got himself out there, jammed himself. So, you know, now he's going to have to come into Ramirez.
The outfield is straight away. The shallowest of the 3 seems to be Pierre in left. The deepest of the 3, Mayberry in center. And at the knees, a strike. It's 2-1. Choate and Webb are in the bullpen for the Marlins. Two and two the count. Hardest fastball he's thrown so far. That one there at 93. On their feet. What was a 6-2 game is now 6-4 with the bases loaded. It wasn't a laugher, but it felt a little easier than this. See where Ruiz sets up. Going outside, now inside. And another foul ball. Carlos shifted behind the plate.
Yeah, pretty good swing at that one. He's thrown him all fastballs, hasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, because that's the thing right now. You throw split or something and you miss. Now it's 3-2 and it's, you know, really a fastball situation probably. They're trying to outthink him right now or just throw it by him.
And a call
ball, strike three. He outthought him with a splitter. Hanley Ramirez can't believe it. Jonathan Papelbon comes on and gets the two batters he needed to get here in the 8th inning. And now he'll try to keep the adrenaline going for the 9th inning. I think Hanley Ramirez is going to get an equipment fine for throwing his helmet, throwing his bat, and the discussion continues. Here's the pitch. It's a beauty on the inside part of the plate, and the Marlins leave him loaded here in the 8th. Good ball game here at Citizens Bank Park. Post-game reactions and analysis, and also some talk about what's going on with the Eagles as they wrap up the second round of organized team activities. And all the news Philly fans need to know on Sports Night after the ball game. It's presented by Toyota, only on Comcast Sportsnet. So some changes. Ruggiano will stay in the ball game to play left field for the Florida Marlins. Coughlin shifts over to center, which is where he played a few different times during his rookie and his sophomore year. Randy Choate is the new pitcher for the Marlins. He'll take over here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Heck of a job by Papelbon to get the last 2 outs at the top of the 8th.
Unbelievable job by Papelbon, but that's the thing when you bring a guy in the 8th inning. Managers hate to do that. Now, Charlie did it tonight, and he'll explain why later. But, you know, then does the air go out of the balloon for the 9th? But he did get some big guy. You know, some big guys cannot face you now in the 9th inning.
Well, we said that he's done it before in his career, so he's probably got a pretty good idea how he keeps himself in. There it is.
But look,
that's the focus right there.
Yeah, you have to. It's really hard when they do what he just did. Think of the adrenaline rush. He just got striking out Ramirez there. And now you got to go back, sit down, and come back out again. And it's very different for them.
So the last save opportunity for more than 1 inning for Papelbon.
That long ago?
At a strike, and it's 1-2. Yeah, he had outings like last year.
Yeah.
Where it wasn't a save situation, or it wasn't where he got a save.
Okay.
One ball, 2 strikes the count to Pierre. Stays alive. Talked to Juan today. You know, he's on the doorstep of 2,000 hits, 1,000 runs. He needs 2 more for 1,000 runs and 500 stolen bases. And I said, do you realize that you'll be the 30th player in Major League history? And he was surprised. he said, I'm not a numbers guy. He said, and I gave him some of the names: Lou Brock, Ricky Henderson,
those names,
Tim Raines, Ty Cobb. And he said he's blown away, absolutely blown away, that he would be in that kind of category. There's one out here in the 8th inning. He said, I'm just a country boy who just works hard and just loves to play the game. And he said, that's why I'm out here. This was about 3:15 in the afternoon when he was going to do some bunting. But appreciative of everything he's been able to accomplish. Respectful.
Very respectful.
And obviously hardworking, too.
Well, he's one of the nice guys in the game. And for him to reach that level and to feel that way about him, you respect him even more.
Jimmy Rollins will be the batter with one out. Rollins takes a strike, and it's 0-1. By the way, looking ahead to the top of the 9th, Stanton, Morrison, and Ruggiano are the scheduled hitters for the Marlins.
And that first name you mentioned is very important because he's leading off in at least a 2-run game.
And the other two are the reason why it is a 2-run game.
Right.
Way inside, 2-1. Bucket asked if they could appeal, and I thought Kerwin Downey was going to. Then I think he thought to himself, there's no way I'm going to appeal that one.
Choate's not a real hard thrower. He's kind of a sidewinder. They had Dunn here for a while. He was the guy that threw hard. Another left-hander. They have a second, Jennings, a second left-hander out there.
To the right side, Infante charges. 2 outs here in the 8th. This game included a 48-minute rain delay. And it's going to include another pitching change. So Ozzie Guillen is going to go out and bring in the right-hander. I believe it's Ryan Webb. He had been throwing earlier. Randy Choate gets 2 batters, the 2 he has faced here in this inning. So a right-hander coming on for the Marlins. The Phillies up by 2 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Against the Colorado Rockies. It's Irish Heritage Night here at the ballpark. Thursday the 21st is MLB Network Drawstring Backpack Night. That's all fans receive that great giveaway from the MLB Network. Get your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Rockies just placed Troy Tulowitzki on the disabled list. And the list goes on and on with athletes who are banged up. Here's Ryan Webb, who was into the ball game here in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. Webb will face Placido Polanco. Webb's 23rd game, 2-1, a 3.74 earned run average. Guy the Marlins acquired before last year from the San Diego Padres. So this is his second full season with the Miami Marlins.
From Clearwater, Florida. Dad Hank was a big league pitcher. Mets.
You remember hearing about him when you were in spring training? Ryan Webb?
No, I knew I think he went to Clearwater. Was that Central or Catholic? A big school there that produced a lot of athletes. I remember his name being in the paper because they would connect him to Hank all the time. Because Hank is very big in the community of Clearwater. Does a lot of real good charity work. Clearwater for Youth.
1 ball, no strikes, the count to Polanco. Polanco tonight is 3 for 4. And it's 2-0.
Clearwater Central Catholic High School, graduated in 2004.
Two and two. That was on the outside corner. I don't think Paulie thought that.
He's a sinker slider guy and has always been a mid-90s sinker. People looked at him at one time and thought Ryan Webb could be a closer. But, that hasn't worked out. But he's really got a chance to be a very good major league pitcher.
Well, at this point, this is probably the team that he could get that job, or at least get an opportunity, the way Heath Bell has struggled this year.
Yeah, a lot of guys have been running him out there. Cishek has done a very good job for them.
Right, and J.C. Aviendo, who used to be Leo Nunez, is, I guess, working out. He's in the States finally after all the visa problems.
You got me with J.C. Aviendo. That's right, Leo Nunez.
3 balls, 2 strikes, the count. The pitch to Polanco. Back toward the middle, off the mound. Infante is there. And we're going to go to the 9th inning. And the Phillies' lead will be at 2. So, Jonathan Papelbon, he has sat and watched he has sat and gazed a little bit. He's ready for the top of the 9th to try to finish off the Marlins. Analysis from Ricky Batalico and everyone else in the studio. It's the Pure Auto Insurance Phillies post-game live right here after the ball game.
Well, this will be some game to analyze, won't it?
With everything that's happened, no need to analyze the weather. 48-minute delay.
Yeah, that's just part of the analyzation
Papelbon,
process.
31 career saves when he's had to get 4 outs or more.
And it started to rain pretty hard again.
With Mike Stanton starting it off here in the top of the 9th inning. Phillies are on top 6-4. Or I should say Giancarlo Stanton. I can't believe I've said Mike so many times tonight. Really, honestly. It's been 2 months, and I've said Giancarlo for 2 months, maybe said it one other time. Said Mike one other time.
Just call him Stanton.
Want to know the count. Popped him up. Ruiz will give it a look. Here comes Wigginton. Carlos is over, and he can't make the catch.
Man.
What an effort by Chooch. I really thought Wigginton would get there, and I think he was afraid of colliding with Carlos because he was running with a full head of steam.
Yeah, he was really deep, too. They both had a long way to come for this, but it's a much easier play for the first baseman. But he couldn't get there, and Carlos almost did a Bob Boone, Pete Rose there. Look at the raindrops. Great effort.
Outside, 2-1 the count. Oh, now he's evened up 2 balls and 2 strikes. With the rain falling here at Citizens Bank Park. Fans are hanging in there. Everybody that's here has sat through the rain. A 48-minute rain delay. 26 hits and 10 runs combined. Stanton's 1 for 3 with an RBI. And now the 2-2 pitch. And he got a piece of it. Ground ball back towards shortstop. Stanton runs well. Rollins charges, hurries the throw. 1 away.
He threw him all fastballs, something off speed, then maybe a slider, cutter, but got him to hit it right off the end of the bat. As Tom said, he runs very well. And that ball was scooting on its way out to Jim. Let's see what he throws him here. Setting up away, a slider. It looked like a breaking ball. And it wasn't hit that hard. That was a lot tougher play than it appeared. And that guy can really get down the line with those long strides.
So Papelbon needs 2 more outs to record his first save while getting 5 outs in a game since 2009. It's Logan Morrison who homered his last time up against Bastardo. Papelbon is ready. And it's a strike on the outside corner. Remember, the Nationals are off tonight because of rain. They were postponed in D.C. against the Braves. Phillies win, they'd be within 2.5 of first place.
Yeah, Marlins trying to climb that mountain to get into first place.
With a low, 2-1 the count. Papelbon with the 3 outs that he's been able to get already. He's at 18 pitches, 8 balls, 10 strikes. Charlie Manuel and Terry Francona had a chance to talk a couple weeks ago when the Phillies were in Atlanta. And they discussed how Francona used Papelbon at times for more than one inning. And he said that Papelbon will be very honest with you if he can or cannot go, or whether he can go more than one inning. I think it seemed to, from what Charlie was saying, it seemed to be a good conversation to learn a little bit more about his closer.
Yeah, they had a real good talk. I happened to go in the office right after that. I was in Washington. I
Washington,
go to the office right after that to do Charlie's show. And he was saying he really enjoyed that conversation with Tito about Papelbon and some other things.
2-2 the count. Ruiz sets up inside. He fought that one off and got it off his leg. Papelbon had a 4-out save last April for the Red Sox. Fly ball down the left field line. Long run for Pierre. He has room. 2 outs. Caught it in foul territory. So now Papelbon is 1 out away from giving the Phils a win.
Be interested to see what Charlie says tonight about why he used him. One of the reasons, of course, is he lost Contreras without a hitter.
That's a big reason. Yeah.
And then Bastardo couldn't give him the second inning, and then Diekman got in trouble. And they had to go get him, and they were down then to Valdez and Savory.
Right. He needed to hold one for a long man.
Yeah. So there's some reasons there, and you don't want to do this too much. But see if he can get one more out and get a big win here.
So Ruggiano, who homered his first time up tonight, that was in the 8th. With 2 outs, he's up here against Papelbon in the 9th. Hit hard toward the hole and a base hit. So Ruggiano was going after that first pitch. He's 2 for 2. And it's going to give Greg Dobbs a chance to bat.
He's seen 2 pitches tonight, home run and a single. That Ruggiano.
Dobbs won a game here last year for the Marlins. Since he's gone to the Fish, he's 8 for 19 here at Citizens Bank Park. And overall against the Phillies, he has 13 hits and 40 at-bats. He was a big part of the Phillies, the beginning of this run. And their run to 2 World Series in 08 and 09.
Hits a lot of balls the other way.
Runner leads off first. He'll, I thought he was in a break, but a late swing by Dobbs. It's 0-1. Ozzie Guillen has used Dobbs at first base, with Sanchez being down in the minor leagues. He's also played a little third.
Well, Greg did a really good job for the Phillies. First year, second year got hurt a little bit. Third year just it started to go the other way for him. But this guy's been a very good pinch hitter.
The 0-1 pitch coming. Runner goes. Ooh, pretty close. It's fielder's choice. Kerwin Danley is the home plate umpire tonight.
Well, they are out of extra men now, except for their backup catcher, Brett Hayes.
To center field. Mayberry on his horse, going back, reaches up and he makes the catch. He falls to the ground. What a play by John Mayberry to overcome what seemed to be a sinking line drive. He got spun around, was able to make the catch, fell to the ground and hung on. And the Phillies win game 1 over the Miami Marlins, 6-4 the final score, as Jonathan Papelbon gets his first 5-out save in a Phillies uniform.
Greg Dobbs is all over this. And that looked like trouble off the bat. Mayberry turns the wrong way, and then his arms are so long that when he reached back, he could catch that.
Thank goodness for athleticism.
Look at Papelbon. Oh, my goodness, he caught that thing.
Save number 15 in 15 opportunities for Papelbon. It's a 5-out save. And the Phillies win a hard-fought ball game, 6-4 the final score. Mayberry, who was started in center, went to left, back to center. Well, he makes the final out, and the Phils are now 2.5 games out in the National League East. Hector Luna is our Chevrolet player of the game. He was 2 for 4 with 3 runs batted in. His first 2 RBIs were the first 2 ribbies of the game that he added an RBI double. Hunter Pence also had a pretty big swing and an outfield assist, and he's down in the dugout with Murph. Murph, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, T-Mac. You had 3 hits.